Well, good evening. Happy Friday morning, good afternoon, day. How are you all doing on this splendid Friday, May 9th, 2025? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to all of you who are here. How was your week? Tuning in from? What have you been doing all week? Weather starting to turn for everybody? Is it getting hot? Is it getting flowery wherever you are? Because I tell you, weather is absolutely changing for the better here. Very much so. This is a good idea, Lonely Lark. Probably needs to do a poll. Who was more painful to watch reading the text messages, Brian Higgins or Yuri Buchanan? We can get to that at some point in time. So, for those of you who are here, welcome. We've got some case to review. Did actually, he's saying one I did pull up. It has been quite the week here in the Northern Virginia area, and quite the busy week indeed. Office relocation is full force. By full force, I mean every ounce of chaos I can possibly manage, and every hour lost of sleep that I wish I could have back. It's been rather nightmare. But positive front, not really a positive front. I don't know how. Mischief management committees are they have departed their residence, so the cat is away and the mouse will play. Birthday for two little nieces. We're celebrating a birthday, and unfortunately, my office is in such a state of disrepair. I have so many meetings next week that I need to actually spend the weekend doing office stuff. We had a carve out for Sunday to celebrate Mother's Day. For all of you who are celebrating Mother's Day, who are in the US, understanding Day here being celebrated on Sunday, call your moms, send a card, buy flowers, do all the things, because moms rock. Cool. Let's see. Card didn't hit, you must quit. Any update on the 3D printer? 3D printer is in the office. It is in the new office. It is up and running. It is doing, it might be running right now. Let me see if we can check in on the 3D printer. I don't know if we can see. Might be able to do that. Buttons, things. Let's see. Looking for the 3D printer. While I pull that up, I did have lovely, like I said, managers way, and I got I impulse buy last weekend was a grill. I don't know if it was an impulse or not. I had gotten rid of my old grill when I moved from my old. I hadn't acquired a grill because we had a smoker. Mischief confuses smoker and grill all the time. She says, "Why don't you just put it on the grill?" Because a smoker doesn't get up to temperature that I need to sear the meat and just keep it rare. Only a grill does that. I've been very patient, and I haven't pushed the issue of a grill or not. Oh no, he was cutting in and out again. I don't have to mess with that. See, I don't know what that issue is. I don't know if that's a YouTube issue or not. But I can't understand why it would. There's no relay, there's no delay, there's nothing that's connecting the two devices clearly into the microphone. Either way. So, purchased a grill. We're back on that story. We purchased a grill. Rather, I purchased a grill on an impulse. And I got to put said grill to the test. I mean, not a crazy test. Like I said, Mischief is out of town. She's out of town. I do irresponsible things. It's not my fault. I was left unattended. That sounds like a you problem. Don't leave me unattended. So that was this evening. That is why I'm late. Because I tried to finish that, and with Leo, thanks, how you purchase grills. Well, with Leo being in tow, Leo was very frustrated that he had his meal and I had this. So he didn't eat his meal because he was staring at mine. It's too rare. No, that turned out just fine. That was perfectly cooked. Exactly. Thank you. Yep. It turned out perfect. So I had a very healthy meal. It was wonderful. I loved it. It was great. The only challenge was, oh, that's too big. I don't like that. Yeah. Only challenge is I had a show at 9. So I could only eat part of it. I have the remaining part of it cut up that I'm going to try to sneak bites of as we go along because, time is something that I don't have. So I plated it wonderfully. And I realized, oh crap, I don't have time. So I just chopped it up and put it in the Tupperware and brought it back down. Oh, that's this evening. It's gonna be fun. God, what a week. What a week indeed. Did I give Leo a bite? Leo had a bite. He did. He had a bite. It was good. Very well behaved. Well, reasonably well behaved. So what? So now I get to eat it cold? Yeah, I get to eat it cold. I do. Anyways, let's see. Get caught up here and we can start to get the subject matter. Pop Princess, thanks for becoming a member. Light Queen, thank you for gifting memberships already. Kind of you. Carol with a C and an E. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. And your wishes are passed on to everyone as well. Light Queen gifted more gifted memberships. Thank you. Just because gifting memberships, thank you very much. Lady Drake, loving spending this week with y'all, celebrating Mother's Day and birthday Sunday. Not too late to get that last minute flowers for the moms. Yep. Go get the flowers. Flowers, get the cards, make breakfast, do all the things. I have to go put my office together and then hopefully clean the house. Do my very best to clean the house. What I'll do, I'll just get that ADHD moment and hyper focus and just start cleaning all the things. We'll have to see. Miss Scarlett, Paul Wrench, happy Mother's Day to moms who don't get to be moms. Happy Mother's Day to everybody. People who serve in a motherly role, people who are moms, stepmoms, all of the above. You all are wonderful people. That's from Quebec. I visited Arlington Cemetery today. It was humbling. Vez, I saw your message. I know you're in town. I'm sorry I didn't reach out. It was a crazy week for me. Arlington Cemetery is a must visit. It is absolutely a must visit. And I'm glad that you got to go because it's very, very, very cool. Walk around that cemetery for a long time. Hopefully you saw the desk too, the desk where Robert E. Lee signed over acknowledging Civil War. There, cemetery in the rotunda. Torin, prayers please. Currently too weak to safely work. Torin, you have the prayers, you have the good thoughts and the good wishes. Hopefully a swift recovery and then you can get back in the shop doing what you love to do. Steve in Stitches. Thanks for coming. Well, Paralegal saying hi, Paralegal Liz. How you doing? What is our perception of the Karen Reed case so far? What are we thinking? Trial 2.0 is a little bit different than trial 1.0, huh? I would say it's a lot different. We are seeing an entirely different case being one that actually is, I think Brennan is doing definitely very different than Adam Lally. So we will see. I need to get caught up because, like I said, I had court almost every day this week. I think I had court all but today. White claw and chill after a long court week. Good for you. I had court almost every day. Got to bring my young associate with me to court trial yesterday. And we had a good time watching that. Indeed. Well, he had a good time watching. He was actually remarkably effective in helping me prepare for that trial. Sorry, folks, I'm just moving bells and switches around in the background here because I would be ready. Oh, yeah, here we can see the office. Thought about that. it up, forgot about it, thought about it. Here it is. Doing its work. The Office 3D printer, just hanging out, doing its job. So it was quite the week. Trial and all, successful at trial, successful in other hearings. Very, very happy week in court. Got to do a cross-examination of one of the most difficult witnesses I've ever had to cross-examine. By difficult, I mean just wouldn't concede a single inch. But then I watched Alan Jackson cross-examine Yuri Buchanan today. I was laughing at myself for being frustrated because it was quite the observation. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and try to get into some of this because I do want to catch up on testimony from today, but I also did not get to catch all the testimony from yesterday. And there was a fairly good amount of testimony yesterday. Let's see where. Nope, not this one. So let's go ahead. See if we can't. Now this is going to piss me off. Why is the audio? See, now my audio's. Oh, baby. Oh, because it's muted. Why would you do that, Rob? Mute that. All right. Give me a moment. Bells, whistles, and all of the above. And you know what I'm going to do? Maybe if I do this, if I take the audio, let me take the echo cancellation and reduce background noise off of that. Do the auto adjust on the mic. And let's see if that improves the audio at all. Because sometimes they put in these lovely little applications through StreamYard or through other things, but when you have a decent setup and a decent interface, those little applications actually screw stuff up. That's worse. Now you can't hear me at all. So quiet. No, I got quieter. My gosh. Let's do this then. It shouldn't be doing that. Hang on. Got real quiet. Let's go with this. Let's see. We're going to keep playing with the audio. You guys, we're going to learn this in real time. Eliminate that one. Maybe that'll do better. Let's see. Very low, but it sounds better. I could probably fix that a little bit. Let's see. Audio, play nicely, please. Don't peak too much, but let me go into the yellow region. There we are. All right. We're back. We're back. There we go. So we eliminated the background noise, and that seems to be much better. And voila, we fixed it. So Yuri Buchanan took the stand and testified. Yeah, I love the chat. You guys are great. I'm just seeing that's better. Yes, too quiet, awful. Oh my gosh, you're terrible. Why are you the worst human in the world? Why can't you figure out sound? I'm not seeing those messages. I'm just being facetious, but yeah. So we are professionals. We know what we're doing. We totally, absolutely know how to use technology because that's what lawyers do. We're very adept, and we are not stuck in our ways. We're not stubborn. We know how to adapt. We know how to do technology about as good as we know how to do math. Those of you who haven't gotten the joke, we don't know what the hell we're doing. So we try very hard. We do, but we don't know how to do some of this stuff. It's pretty complicated. I mean, there's like buttons I got to press. There's things I got to push on the sides. It completely gets confusing. All right. Let's get caught up. Okay. Just going to get a little caught up. Tumwater Troy, thanks for being a member for 8 months and for waving. Hi to you, Tumwater Troy. Pam Bystrack, I moved. Oh, thanks for the very generous. Moved from Maryland to Fargo, North Dakota, Moorhead, Minnesota area. I'm listening to the Karen Read trial while I'm unpacking and organizing where I want everything. Oh, organizing. I read that with the wrong inflection. Organizing where I want everything. Yeah, it's good. That's fun. Also getting established with new doctors. MVA, lots to do after a big move. Moves are not fun. Speaking from experience. Recovery addict. Hey, Scott, I'm ordering War and Peace read by Yuri Buchanan. No. Please, God, no. God, no. Don't do it. Don't do it. I will say his reading improved. Like he started adding a little bit of inflection. Generally, I don't like the inflection, but God, could you imagine a monotone reading that the entire time? You know what they should have done? They should have just gotten a language model. I mean, you can't do this in courtroom yet because we haven't really adapted to that level of technology, but they should have found a way to take those text messages and plug it into Chat GPT or one of these other language models and said, hey, Chat GPT, will you please and kindly read to the jury these text message exchanges, saying the name of the individual who sent it, the name of the person who received it, and the time it was said without any additional inflection. And then you can pick a nice accent with a kind British accent. Would you mind doing that? I would like to Harry Potter these messages. Can we do that? Like, let's Harry Potter it up with the texts so we're not falling asleep, but also so that I'm not having Peter Griffin read me text messages at a pace that's just, oh, baby. Steve A. New trial, same old selective amnesia in the Commonwealth witnesses. I would say that there are certain witnesses that are worse than others. Charlie Raven, we now have Pope Leo. We do have a Pope Leo. We absolutely have a Pope Leo. Not the four-legged Pope Leo. We have a Pope Leo in Italy. Yeah. Angelia Taylor, I think I swallowed a bug. My mouth hung open all day listening to this trooper. My goalie Han moment. It's been a day. It has indeed. Baby Gator needs a dictionary and stuff. Yeah, I get that joke. We'll play that joke. Thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. Mispronounced name. In my opinion, Brendan is intentionally loving what's happening. Of course he is. And I'll tell you why. Well, I'll get to that in a minute when we go through, I think, what his strategy is. But let's go through some of Buchanan's Direct first. Woohoo for a year of membership. Woohoo for being here for a year. Thank you very much, Mama Wolf. DMB Secundus. I petition that all text be read by Charles Dance. Guys, who would your favorite narrator be of text messages? If this trial could bring in any person to read text messages, Morgan Freeman, I would dig the Morgan Freeman text message read. That would be wonderful. Imagine how cringe it would be. Morgan Freeman reading those messages. Ha ha. That'd be great. Oh no. Or Samuel L. Jackson. You know, when we get to the messages, maybe we'll play around with reading some of them in different voices. Okay. I do have the voice mod up and running, so we might have some fun with that. Just to see how it goes. Fiona W., thanks for gifting memberships. Mama Wolf, thank you for gifting additional memberships. Very kind of you. Hez 01, thanks for Friday recaps and fun. Thanks for being here. I love doing it. Nurse Coy, quilting and Karen Reed, Trooper B was spicy. He was confrontational. That's one way to put it. Jan DeSimio, thanks for being a member for 5 months. You know what you do with a confrontational witness, though? You make them read 100 pages of freaking text messages in a monotone voice like a dog. I mean, it is... that is how you train a witness in the worst way. Anna I. Have you heard about all the AI rendering used in road rage murder case in Arizona? I have not. They had an AI video of the victim making an impact statement. Seriously? Whoa, that is wild. That's crazy. Maybe getting into dictionary and stuff. Morgan Freeman or Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah, that'd be great. Patty Hoffman, please check your email. Thank you. Patty, I will. Let me see. Let me just make sure I've got it open. I'll double check it. Oh, that is awesome. I'll answer your email separately. I did get it though. Thank you. Mostly harmless fuzzball. Mostly harmless? I have questions. Borrow a friend. Hank wanted to bring someone in just to read the text messages. The defense fought it on the grounds that inflection would be prejudicial. I mean, it was the correct argument. It's just funny. Phoenix. Thank you for covering this. Thank you, Phoenix, for being here. Okay, let's go ahead and swoop. And then we'll cover some of the less funny stuff first. And we'll get to some of the other stuff in a second. So let's swoop to Karen Reed 2.0. Days 12 and 13. So on the stand for all of yesterday and all of today was Trooper Yuri Buchanan. Let me see. Did he testify the day before too? No, he didn't. Let me see. Did he? Let's see. Let's go ahead and double check where all the testimony began, because I have been known to confuse days and witnesses and when they began and when they ended their testimony. So did we begin Yuri Buchanan 3 days ago, or did we begin Yuri Buchanan yesterday? Let's see. Lessie, forensic examiner, forensic cell phone examiner, digital examiner. Just the digital examiner. Just the digital examiner. So that's who we had yesterday. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's see blue suit. Yuri, welcome to the stage, sir. If you wouldn't mind, take your shoes off before you enter the room, because, you know, we're very careful about that. And, you know, when you don't take your shoes off, it means you didn't respect somebody enough that you probably ran him over with a car. I just, when that's what I get. When people don't take the shoes off in my house, I'm now concerned that they're going to run over me with a car, because it means they don't care. Okay. Trooper Buchanan, let's go ahead and get you started.
Then, due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide.
All right, so that raised my first question. Why is he citing the statute? Why is he going through the statute gave him authority to start the investigation? Is this suggesting some type of argument that's going to be made as to why they didn't call Trooper Proctor? Is Hank setting himself up to say to the jury, I couldn't call Trooper Proctor because Trooper Proctor, well, former Trooper Proctor, is not a trooper and he can't speak to the investigation because he doesn't have any official capacity. So is this what he is going to try to hang his hat on as the excuse for not having Michael Proctor take the stand? I imagine that based on this is absolutely what he's going to do. He is 100% going to basically say to the jury, well, jury, you know, the defense made a big deal of Michael Proctor, and you're probably wondering why I didn't call Michael Proctor. Well, he's not going to be able to make certain arguments around that, but this is going to be his general gist. You're wondering why I didn't call Michael Proctor. I couldn't. He was not an active trooper with the Massachusetts State Police in the code section read to you by Yuri Buchanan, who somehow memorized that, but not dates and times for a murder investigation he conducted. Oh, God, how wild is that, by the way? Recites that code section just off the top of his head. No problem remembering that. Ask him who investigated, who gathered a piece of evidence, or when it was booked into evidence. I do not recall. Shocker. Just absolutely astounding. Sir, your memory is as selective as, well, one of the kids when they're asking for ice cream within 5 minutes of me telling them no. I think that's the argument that's being set up here. And this is a play to the jury. I don't know that they're actually going to try and block Michael Proctor from being able to come in there and testify. Because I don't know that they can, honestly. Investigative steps were taken by him. I cannot see a world where the defense does not have the entitlement to put that person on the stand if they want to. Now, I am firmly convinced at this point in time that Michael Proctor will not be making an appearance in the prosecution's case in chief. I don't know how they're going to get around all the evidentiary issues. We get a suggestion with Yuri Buchanan, but I mean, there's certain things that are going to be very difficult to get into evidence without the foundation laid by Michael Proctor, and you have to have him testify to it. But it's very clear they're going to try and get other troopers to testify to everything they can. Proctor has been, who said this? Proctor has been rehomed. Celine, Proctor has been rehomed.
Unit, are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived note.
Why? It is. What a terrible example to pick, by the way. Why? What a terrible example to choose. All right, so we go through the background stuff. Background stuff is relatively boring. We don't get anything really interesting for a while. There's all these sidebars and arguments over whether we're going to get anything. Let's see.
May consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence. You're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes, she stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, I don't know how I did it last night, end quote.
Isn't that curious? So Yuri Buchanan can remember, quote, end quote. No problem. He can remember that from 2022. Easy, right? Quote, end quote. These exact words were stated. Who did you hand the evidence to? I don't remember who I gave the evidence to.
Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when?
I don't know if you guys want to hear 3 times speed. Do you want to? Oh, I don't think I can do it on this one. I have premium. Oh, I can only do it on my phone. Yeah, 3 times speed is what I listen to. It's pretty wild. But he's up at 1.5 right now. Okay, so it's a lot of her words. You get the gist of Yuri Buchanan, at least his statements right here. If you allow him to talk, like Hank Brennan will ask him a question. If you allow him to talk, he's going to fill all of the space with words. He's going to keep going. So Brennan does a smart thing and starts cutting him off and starts to redirect him here and there, because he really does start to walk into really objectionable territory. Alan Jackson isn't objecting like crazy yet. Because, well, he doesn't have to right now. You kind of expect the preliminary stuff. There were some times, though, that he gets into very objectionable questions and very answers that are very speculative, very much reading beyond what's right there. And Jackson doesn't object. And I think part of that is, well, there's the expectation of how Yuri Buchanan is going to testify. And part of it is you want to actually put this on display for the jury a little bit. And you want to show the distinction.
When Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
And I don't know why the bump on the head. I really don't know the bump on the head thing. I don't understand. Are they trying to say that that's where some of this part I don't really understand. Why they're focusing on the bump on the head. So let's do this. Go to right about 93. Start
Seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them?
Too far.
So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
Did they
office.
remain in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton district attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area for, at the time, for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any.
You mean like being trapped on butcher paper that absorbs and holds water? Being trapped between the wet clothes and the ground? This is stupid. This is dumb. I love this explanation. It's phenomenal. There are drying racks for this shit. Not complicated. Why am I laughing? I'm laughing because the logic of placing wet clothes out on butcher paper on the ground does not do anything to improve or to dry them or to prevent mold from seeping into them. You know what does? Air circulation. That's what does. So this is the dumbest thing. And I love just offering the explanation is wonderful. What is butcher paper? It is brown paper. Well, if you ever bought meat from a butcher, they wrap it up in paper, right? You ever get, they put it in a plastic bag, wrap it up, and they put paper on the outside of it, and they wrap it in paper. There's a waxed side to the paper. On some butcher paper, there's a waxed side of the paper. And then there's the dry side of the paper. Some butcher paper. Other butchers just wrap it in plastic and wrap it in just brown paper. So that we are supposed to infer is going to prevent, yes, it's thick craft paper. That's a good way of putting it. That is supposed to, it's not absorbent. No, but you know what else is not absorbent? I mean, you know what else doesn't help the dissipation of moisture? Trapping moisture between a non-impervious surface. So if it's waxed paper, right? Waxed paper, put moisture on top of that waxed paper or that thicker paper that does not absorb moisture. And you know where the moisture's caught? Sitting right on top of that. Doesn't have access to air. No air. And when there's no air, can things dry? No. They can't. They don't dry. It was dumb. It was just dumb.
DNA.
Like there's the over-explaining, which drives me nuts. Like this really is Hank Brennan saying this investigation was perfect.
Evidence that we could retrieve, scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Did you flip them? Did you rotate them? Did you move them at all? Or was the moisture just stuck on the bottom of one side of it the whole time and you just left it sitting there in that office? Did you lock the door? How'd you lock the door?
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they did not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair.
Hang on. I have to pause because I have to just pause because I have to use my ears real quick, like my actual ears, because I hear the click, 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 click of feet, and I thought I just heard something from upstairs, so I need to turn on look at the upstairs camera and see if I can put eyes on the dog, whom I do not trust right now. Where are you, Leo? Laying on the couch? Or are you misbehaving? Oh, you're laying on the couch. I'll screenshot it and I'll show you. Just watching TV. Put on a movie for him. Okay. My apologies. I just needed to hear what was going on.
Pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
You know how dumb this is? The gloves part. I'll get into that later. I get gloves. There's a proper way of putting gloves on. Let me tell you what's not the proper way. Putting your hand all over the outside of the gloves. And then putting them on. Hang on, come on, I need some pants.
I'd move this item into evidence to the jury.
Yes, go ahead and
Okay, so this, you can see the cut lines from where they had to cut them off of John O'Keefe. So the pants are dirtied. You can see stains on them, at least on the front side of it. And wait till we get to the back.
Thank you.
The back, that right there, that is evidence that is not great for Karen Reed. I think this was strong evidence for the Commonwealth. If you believe the chain of custody and if you believe all of the above, the grass stains are there. So it looks like he slid across the grass or went across the grass. That's their theory. That's their narrative. Back. I did. I saw the ripped pocket.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes,
Is that true? I don't know.
I did.
Have you seen the photograph relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
This is the part that's great. Notice he doesn't read the outside of the damn bag before he opens it. And it yields the consequence that you would imagine.
Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
Rut-row. Rut-row. Well, that's a problem. Oh shit, you guys weren't kidding about the jeans, huh? How'd the back pocket get torn? Well, that's fascinating. Let's see. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Sorry. Huh. Huh. That's fascinating. Okay. Guess they weren't torn. I wonder how they did. I don't know. But if that's truly the case, they displayed jeans that were inconsistent with. That needs to be cleaned up on cross-examination. Like that very much needs to be cleaned up on cross-examination. Yeah, it was ripped by not like that. I get it. But here's why I say they need to clean that up on cross-examination. This presentation, let me go backwards. Let's see the. Look at him holding those jeans up. Come on, Yuri. Let's take a look at you here. Why don't you give us those jeans? Hold them up real high for us. The shoe. Front side.
Thank you.
Back side. All right. There's that one. Now I can imagine that there might be a tear up here somewhere, right? Doesn't look like that. So the question that I would have if I was defense on this issue, just if I'm defense on this issue, here's one of the concerns I have. If what is being displayed to the jury is substantially different than what was displayed in the last trial, or is substantially different than. Oh, so this is the photograph that's in evidence. Or the photograph taken of the jeans, I guess, when he was admitted to the hospital. Let's see if I can. I guess that's the photo of the jeans at the hospital. But that is, I mean, is that a little misleading to the jury? You got to clean that up on cross. You got to clean that up on cross. Like you really have to clean that one up. I guess we'll see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the search team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photograph relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fair.
Could I have that marked?
Ruh-roh. You already had it marked. You introduced the wrong exhibit in the wrong order. Why'd you do that? Also, is anyone in the jury wondering why a person who got thrown across the snow who has grass stains on their pants has a shoe that looks that fucking clean? Sorry for the profanity. That is cleaner than any shoe that I've ever had in my life. Everyone in the courtroom just has this oh shit moment. Hang on. And troopers going, I don't know what to do. I just read this damn bag. Oh, this is great.
Troopers at the sneaker that was at the hospital.
He looks down at it. He goes, this is not the left shoe. He goes, oh crap. Now he looks at the bag. So there's a glance down at his thumb. Watch him glance down at the shoe. He glances down, he looks at it. There's an immediate look of confusion on his face. We'll play this again. I can watch this all day. Pulls it out. Ready? Oh no.
Troopers at the
He double takes it. He looks down again.
sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe.
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fair.
Can I have that marked?
Judge Canone's like, no, you can't. I don't know what to do.
What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from
Oh
34
no.
Road campus.
Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's just, is there a world where this is a completely innocent mistake? Yeah, 100%. There is a world where you have these different bags lined up, right? Like you're intending to introduce all these exhibits and you have them lined up and literally you accidentally or inadvertently grab the wrong bag. Everyone has a bad day, guys. You completely get it. Everyone has a bad day. So there's a world where that happens. But you know where you can't let that happen? You can't let that happen when a big portion of the argument by the defense is that y'all are a bunch of idiots and don't know how to do an investigation or collect evidence or maintain chain of custody. And if you're telling me that there's not a single person on the jury who didn't pick up on the immediate fucking panic that goes over the face of the judge, the dumbfounded look that goes over the face of Yuri Buchanan, and the confusion of why there's two shoes, it just...
Go back and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Like, how do you allow that to happen? How do you allow that to happen? So they're at sidebar for quite a while. So the sidebar begins at 1:41 and we're still at sidebar. So we're there for a little bit.
Buchanan about this issue
I have no problem with that.
of Representative John, may I?
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem.
Yeah. Like, how the fuck did that happen? I know he's in the middle of testifying and I know the rules are that I cannot speak to him about this, but I need to figure out what is going on.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right.
They're trying to figure this shit out for the next 30 minutes. Okay. All right. Let's try it again. All right, Yuri, here we go.
All right, for court, sir, Henry.
Just imagine getting to, because here's the issue. I don't know how they're going to they have to find a way to clean this up to the jury. I imagine that a lot of this was basically a lot of this discussion, the back and forth at sidebar was counsel. We might not be able to fix this now. I'm probably looking at Jackson. Your cross is going to go past the end of the day, right? Jackson's probably like, yeah, I'm probably going deep into Monday. Okay. I want the two of you idiots to put your heads together and figure out how to fix this shit in front of the jury or how to correct the issue to the jury. Because we have to tell them that they just saw either the same shoe or that one shoe that's in evidence is not what was presented to them. So the Commonwealth, you either need to recall your last witness who introduced the first shoe or no, I don't know how they get around it because the record, they have to clean the record up. Like you got to clean the record up. You cannot allow the jury to go back and deliberate on the understanding that this shoe is not what was. Now, I think they try to clean it up a little bit here, but I don't think it does anything like. Okay, everyone's wondering what happened with the shoe? Why is the shoe a big deal? What are we talking about the shoe? Let's see if we can find it. Who was the CERT team? When did the CERT team guy? He was the one that introduced the shoe, right? Court TV. Let's find his testimony here, shall we? I believe he testified, the day prior? I thought he was one of the more competent, to be honest, and one of the more direct. Definitely one that Commonwealth benefited greatly in waiting to calling a second time. Let's see, was it CERT team? Now there's Nagel. There was Nagel. Friends. Caden McLaughlin. Was it Gallagher? If the chat remembers, was it Gallagher? Was it Keefe? Bear with me, folks. People are asking why this matters. What's the issue? Why are we caring about this? I don't know. Why is this so important? Oh, it was early enough that we would have forgotten about it. Let's do this. It was key. You know, I will say this trial is moving substantially faster than the last one was, right? I feel like we are just moving right along in this trial as opposed to the last trial. Paramedic. Whitley was that day. Then there's Camerano, Guarino, reading messages, text messages. So boring. Keith. Let's see. Sorry, folks. This is dead air. I know this is frustrating. Connor Keefe. All right, Connor. share this tab. All right. This was Trooper Connor Keefe testified. When did he testify? Testified. Oh, 2 days ago. 2 days ago? No. Day 11. Yeah, 2 days ago. Bypassed it. Let's go to lead up questions. Oh, so this is fresh in their mind. We do know how to use scissors. Come on. You can do it. Oh, he's a lefty. Okay, I sympathize. I'm sorry. That's mean. He's a lefty. Those are righty scissors.
Sorry.
I have always watched lefties try to use scissors, and I feel so bad for them every time. The bag looks substantially different from the other bag.
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
Thank you.
That looks to be left shoe. That's the left shoe. That is a left
Trooper,
shoe.
is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag.
That is
I'd ask
a
it to be
left
marked
shoe.
as an exhibit.
All right, any objections, Tina?
What's funny is no one really caught it.
Exhibit 77.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who was collecting it.
Did you read the date, time, and location off the bag before you pulled the shit out of it? Let's go and double check. Did you read the date, time, and location off the bag? Did you, or did you just start opening it and trust what was handed to you? Or you read it? Let's double check. Did
Let
we
me ask
read
you a
it?
few questions before you open it. Could you stand and show that bag?
Show the bag.
There's red tape on it. What's that for?
To secure the bag closed.
If the bag is open, is it then retaped?
Yes.
Do
Okay.
you write on the outside of the bag?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To memorialize the date, time when the evidence was collected.
Are you
Could you
looking
open
at
the
it?
bag and show us what's in it?
Would you like
Yes,
to? Would you like to read it for? That's a Brennan problem. Brennan should have had him read the bag. He really does. He hasn't just opened the bag. He's sitting there staring at it. He's staring at it. I guess we don't read the bag. And he doesn't read it after the fact.
With the court's permission, can he show the item?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, we're just going to go in there and grab it. There we go. There's the left shoe. This is the left shoe. Why is this frustrating? Why does this matter? Because this shoe, the testimony by this trooper, is that this shoe was recovered at 34 Fairview. This shoe was not recovered at 34 Fairview. This shoe was recovered at the hospital. There was one shoe at one location and another shoe at another location. So if you can't keep your left and right shoes apart, can you conduct an investigation that adequately points the finger at somebody who should be responsible? So there's that shoe. If the shoe fits, then wear it. God, so many. Just all of them. This is like God, this is so bad. The right shoe was from the hospital. So the shoe was from the right shoe was from the hospital, left was from Fairview. What are the odds both say 34 Fairview? I don't know. I don't know. If I'm the jury, this is my confusion. You just said the two things. I mean, you're showing, like, how are you doing this? I'm going to do it again. The left shoe. So it was the bag. The bag was. So dumb. Like. Oh, I'm realizing I didn't even share the damn screen. I was playing this in my head. Like I was playing that. I thought I was doing a whole monologue there. I was loving it. We're so professionals. Oh my God. I was playing the video. I played the video again. And I was shaking my damn head. I'm making fun of them for their investigation being shoddy, and I'm not even showing you guys the right clip. Oh, look at me. I take it back. No, Yuri Buchanan, you fine by me. It's just as bad as you. Only I'm not really trying someone for murder right now. So there's a difference.
All right, thank you.
Come on. Let me see the shoe. Show me the shoe. Give me shoe. Give me shoe.
All right.
Jury's entering.
We're discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved with you today.
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that
Right
right sneaker
sneaker.
to the jury?
Yes, sir.
The right sneaker. The right sneaker. That's what I mean. They're different bags, guys. They're like, this is the point. The bags are clearly different. They're different bags. Now, do they have the same writing on the outside of them? I don't know.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry.
Several observations. One, those shoes truly look brand spanking new. Right? Were they purchased that day? I don't know. Two, why are we not reading the bag before we're opening the exhibit and just trusting everything we're handing him? Is this how we handle just evidence? I mean, put it this way. Let me just explain it to you and just break it down in a really, really, really dumb, simplified version. There is a chain of custody. Why do we trust the chain of custody? Because there's procedures in place that require individuals employed by the police agency or whatever law enforcement agency doing the investigation to demonstrate and to indicate who had possession of the thing at every minute that thing was since it was picked up. You got to document how you picked it up. You got to document the state it was in when it was sitting there on the ground. All the things. You got to maintain that chain of custody every single second. There should not be 1 second gap in the chain of custody. It shouldn't be, because there should be a signature on the front of the bag. You can see it on the bag. The bag actually says chain of custody as a log on the damn bag. Is the bag filled out? Is the log filled out in the bag? No, it's not there. There's nothing there. What is it supposed to say? It's supposed to say the name of every individual who had that bag in their possession when they took it, when they took possession of it, and to whom they gave it and where it went. So it's supposed to be there. And when you're doing that, if I am supposed to, as a jury, we're going to do it this way. If I am supposed to, as a society, if I am supposed to trust that your level of care that you put into an investigation is high enough that you are going to recall, and not just recall, but you're going to write down to actually memorialize who had possession of what, and you have described the thing properly. You've identified the thing properly. If I'm supposed to believe that you can do that, and then sitting in the jury box, I watch you pick up a bag that was handed to you, not read the front of the bag to determine if it is in fact what you're being described as, what it's being told to you it is. you're not even looking at the bag. You're just going straight for the scissors with your meat hooks, and you're cutting the bag open, and you're then holding a shoe up, and then you look at the bag to read it. I mean, first trooper didn't even look at the bag, but then you look at the bag to read it. And in the process thereof, you then discover, oh shit, I'm holding the wrong damn shoe. Or I'm holding the right shoe, but the outside of the bag says it's the wrong shoe. I'm supposed to trust. We as a society are supposed to trust that you are going to handle the evidence in my case. Not with that level of care, you're not. And you know what? Brennan is different, and in some respects better than Lolly, in some respects not. I will say Lolly was tedious. Lolly was very tedious. He was very methodical, and to the sense of being like nails on a chalkboard for how long he asked questions. But Lolly would have probably asked Trooper Buchanan about 15 questions before having him open the bag. We look at the front of the bag. Does the front of the bag describe this? Does it say that? And I think about question number 3, Trooper Buchanan would have looked at that bag and said, this bag says 34 Fairview. This is not the thing I needed. And probably would have said, the bag says 34 Fairview. And then everyone would have been like, it all would have said, they really would have said, well, why don't you put that bag down and let's find the real bag that you need before you open it up and show the jury and make a representation to the jury that something is what it is not. But you know, you do you, boo-boo. If I'm defense counsel, I'm going to have a damn field day. You better believe, here's, is there a world where Bev is going to prevent them from arguing in closing? Can I foresee some motion that gets filed by the Commonwealth asking that the defense be precluded from making this argument in closing? I can foresee such a motion. Are there grounds for such a motion? Are there reasonable grounds for such a motion? No, because the prosecutor is the Commonwealth. You're all the Commonwealth. I have to, reliability is what you're presenting to the jury. I get to challenge every argument you make. I don't see a world where I can't bring this up. Maybe because I didn't object to the introduction of the evidence in the first place, because it was being asked, is there an objection to it? No, there's no objection to it. Because you really thought it was the right shoe. Yeah. Chain of custody. Yeah. I guess if you have a bunch of chain links just scattered about the world, it is still a chain, just not yet assembled or in pieces. I mean, I don't know. Pretty wild. How are you going to fix it? One of the dumbest things.
Right, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are 2 more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those 2 items with you?
Yes, sir.
Shirt.
Are those 2 of the items that you laying?
Was
What the I show.
Let me see the shirt. I want to see the shirt.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
Front's pretty dirty.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist us in court reporting that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
What a strange way to display a shirt. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever seen a shirt displayed with like it pressed between 2 sheets of glass or plexiglass. It's a very interesting way of displaying the shirt. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't hate it. Because it does give you a full, I wish they would have taken more care to spread it out and make it nice and clean. Or not clean. That would have been stupid. Yeah, Rob, clean the shirt before you show the jury. No, don't do that. Spread it out. You can actually see it without the stuff in it. Yeah, but why? Framing. Come on, Yuri.
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that in.
Here's the sweatshirt. Odd way. I think the defense could object and say it gets pulled out of the frame. I mean, I think if I was the defense, I might object to displaying it in the frame. I might say, you got to pull the damn thing out, hold it up. We're still taking more care. That's true. I think if I was the defense, I'm objecting them displaying it this way. And I think I would win that objection. You don't get to display it pressed between two pieces of plexiglass. You got to display the damn shirt and the sweatshirt. Put your gloves on. Do it like a big boy. You can do it. Or girl.
Could you show the backside? May I approach?
Yes, thank you.
It's a whole lot of mess for, I mean, all right. So I know we don't get Trooper Paul this week, this trial. So we don't get the reenactment of the pirouetting and the flying and the doing all the dancing in the air and the flying 35 feet and all of that stuff. But from my understanding of the Commonwealth's theory here, there are two impacts, two total impacts. There's one impact with the vehicle. Vehicle impacts John O'Keefe. And there's a second impact with the ground. One impact, two impacts, right? From the Commonwealth's case, he is to have hit his head on the ground, and that immediately caused his death. My curiosity is why is he dirty all over? Why is all of that dirty? And why does the staining look the way it does? So I'm confused. That's my thought process. I mean, I might, because if I look at this, like it's all over the place. It's front, it's back, it is. See, there's
Could you show the backside?
dirt, mess, grime, mud.
May I approach?
The back, I understand based on the Commonwealth's theory, right? So if your theory is he was propelled by a vehicle, got struck by a vehicle, and he came back and slid across the grass, then yeah, I can get that part. Heck, I might be able to get the shoes part too. Because if he gets knocked off his shoes and the first thing that makes contact with the ground is his back and head, then the shoes really aren't dragging across the mud, dirt. But why is the front so dirty?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's too big.
I'm sorry? Oh, okay.
All right, you got it. Side bar.
With all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Really? Would it? I mean, be honest with me, Trooper. Would it? Would all the pertinent information be filled out on the back?
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he reads the read the bag. Make sure it is what you say it is.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
Stanley.
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Sir, may I approach before Trooper Lieutenant
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. Photographs, I'd ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
22.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs.
On at
Oh,
34.
you know what? The chat caught it too. Hang on. You know, chat, you guys are the best. Y'all are the best. He says excavation. He actually did say excavation. I didn't catch that the first go around. Y'all are awesome. Do you recognize these things? Listen to them say it. Come on.
Is that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before
Property Road. On.
you take the pieces out? I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they
It literally says it. You asshole. Really? You literally said it. The planned excavation.
photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Lieutenant
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Could you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry.
All right, so we're gonna look at the photos.
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help on.
Oh, this one I didn't see. Okay, guys, you're gonna have to bear with me on this one because this one I didn't see. I had trial in. I had trial on this particular day, so I was listening to this at 3x on my phone, and I didn't get a chance to watch the video footage of it. I was just listening to it because I was driving. And, you know, I try not to watch things while I drive other than the road for reasons. So let me go through. I want to see these photos real quick. Are you up at 1.5 speed? Can you be? You are.
This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N, as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You want to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Double check the
So
bag
you
this
mentioned
time,
that
Mary.
there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The
What are we looking at?
area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Yeah, like,
you.
what are we looking at?
Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
I can next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict.
Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found in that one, which is P515-7721?
Why is it? You know what's really cool? There should be a photo for every one of those pieces of plastic. Like every single one of them. There should be a photo for every one of them. Is there? Surprise.
That is depicted in Exhibit 89. Thank you.
Okay.
Evidence, physical evidence,
Clear glass. Clear glass.
7711. How long did you...
45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503-7707. In relation to the other pieces.
Okay.
Plastic.
Now show me the red plastic. I want to see the red plastic.
Of course, permission, I'd like.
What's that?
And that is
Straw.
P4887688.
Grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Okay.
For connection 99B, P5277735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay.
Next is 99C, P5297739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, there's still snow.
But why? Do you have a good reason for why?
In that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass, straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say you read the check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. These are the ones that confuse me. These are the ones that confuse me a lot. Based on, I'll let him show it first. Sure you get the right bag, Yuri. You have it? No? Need a second?
That
There
item
you
to
go.
evidence, please. With the question.
Go. Go with that big piece of plastic. Okay, so that's a big piece of plastic. You found the little tiny clear ones the day before, or several days before. You found little tiny clear ones. I thought you would lose. I didn't think you'd find those. You found little tiny clear ones. You didn't find that one. And that's confusing to me. If I'm a juror, I'm going, huh, kind of odd. Understand that part. Because my head and my logic, after seeing the lovely video of the snowblower or the leaf blower being used to blow the snow around, my head, because I'm not smart or anything, my head is thinking that, well, crap, those little tiny pieces of plastic, they're about the weight of leaves. So you catch some snow with it and it's going to lift that little piece of plastic and make it go fly away, right? So the little piece of plastic, I can imagine those are going to be really hard to find because you just blew them all over the lawn. So how are you going to find those? But the big ones, what's going to happen? And it's red. You know, a color that contrasts pretty starkly with snow, which is white. I don't know. Like I have told all of you multiple times, do I buy into the theory that there was this massive cover up and all of the things and yada yada? I don't know. I don't think I buy into a lot of it. But are these unexplained questions that exist out there that are otherwise referred to as, I don't know, reasonable doubt? Get bigger.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
So you didn't take it. So this is a foundational problem for me. I have a problem with the foundation of this. Here's how you lay the foundation for a photograph. Do you recognize this photograph? Yes. Why do you recognize this photograph? I took the photograph. Okay. Do you remember when you took it? I took it on this day. And is this photograph a fair and accurate representation of the thing being photographed on that day and time when you took that photograph? Why, yes, it is. Your Honor, I'd like to admit this photograph because I have authenticated it with the foundation by the individual who took it, that has testified that it is a fair depiction of what existed that day and the photograph is accurate. Right? So that would be very the way of doing it. You know how you don't introduce a photograph? So this dude sent me a photo of a thing, and I recognized some grass in the photo, and I recognized that there was a red piece of plastic, and the red piece of plastic kind of looks like the thing I have in my hand. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the photograph of this thing that I have in my hand that was taken by somebody that I don't know.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these evidence. A&B, court permission.
Any objection, Mr. Judge?
No objection, Your Honor.
The reason why there's no objection is they've gone through these foundational issues before. They've probably argued motions in limine in the past. And at some point in time, the defense probably wants these in. Because I mean, if I'm the defense, are they going to get some version of this in? Are they going to get the plastic in? They're going to get something in. So do I want to be able to argue that this photograph was taken by somebody that wasn't you and you just trusted it and you said, sure, trust me, bro, I got it. When that theory of the case is that this was all set up, I might want it in, probably. Virtual juror, leave your logic at the door. That's thank you for the super chat and the reminder. That is how I have to do that. Actually, come to think of it, I've got to catch up because there's some questions in here. So give me another minute to play this and then I'll catch up with some questions.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
Oh, good. I was worried the photograph wasn't going to have context, you know, like displaying where it was taken, what lawn it was taken on. I was really worried that the photograph wouldn't have that. So I'm very relieved to see that the photograph has so much context to it.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
Tell me how he's supposed to know that. Tell me how he's supposed to know that. He just told you the photograph was taken by somebody else. And the plastic was taken and picked up by somebody else. How is he supposed to testify under oath to where this plastic was?
Was further to the right, if you're looking at the property. If you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
It appears to be on top of snow. As in, if I am to believe that this was under snow and the snow melted off of it, magically disappeared, I have a lot of questions about the snow melt around it, and this thing looks pretty curiously like it was placed there. I mean, I'm not a forensic analyst or anything. This is screaming to me all the wrong things. And I am not a conspiracy theorist. I don't like this. I don't like that this makes me ask this question. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Oh, I'm angry. I'm angry.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47?
I was worried that the zoom out photo wasn't going to give me context either. I can clearly see exactly where he's talking about on the lawn. What the fuck is going on? What is happening? What is going on? I just don't understand. I don't get it. Make it make sense.
Thank you. You can take it down, please.
Can someone make it make sense?
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, this is so annoying.
All the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry.
Were the ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Oh, I wanted to see this part. The ring videos. Give me the
It's
ring
provided.
videos. Give me the ring video. All right, let's see the
We
ring
have
video. Here we go.
the name of the author.
I'm sorry.
wanna
This
see this.
document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay.
Because why would anything be identified? I'm going to scream.
Yeah.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you...
Absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
You. Was it smart for Hank to get this out? Yes, because he's trying like hell to make sure that Michael Proctor doesn't sit his ass in that seat on the witness stand. So does he have to get some of this in because he knows that getting this in takes away the defense's argument? We can't get that in unless we have Proctor there. But is this really painful and stupid that we are supposed to believe that Yuri Buchanan, who was in this text message exchange, who's probably read this thing 9 million times, who has been inundated with questions about the text message communication, probably internal investigation about the issue, are we supposed to believe, sitting here, that he's confused about who sent them? I am so upset.
Next, please.
44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again because I want us to understand?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Ma'am?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
If you make any of them in here, I should read them. You point out if you
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far.
Okay.
Again,
Cool.
this, I believe it's the same person because all of these identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Bleeding much?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end.
See, I didn't get the benefit of watching this first time round.
Yes.
God.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you
Oh,
continued on your
no.
cases?
Yes, I have.
Oh, no.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Oh. 5 days vacation.
Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads, but also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading.
You mean like when they say, no, he never stepped foot in the home, you know, you yourself setting foot in the home? Or, you know, verifying by looking inside of the house whether there's anything that could cause the injuries that the individual sustained. You trust but verify. This is so much gaslighting. Like, I am used to prosecutions gaslighting. I'm a family lawyer. I practice divorce litigation. Guys, I'm used to any amount of gaslighting you could ever imagine. Whew. This is bad, even for cases that I handle.
You, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
Very curious, Jules.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is Exhibit 7.
Okay.
All right. While they cut to that, let me catch up on some of these. The other Jules, there's a pic out there that shows who found pieces. It shows that Yuri Buchanan found pretty much all of the pieces on the left-hand side. The taillight and Proctor found all the pieces on the right-hand side. How? I don't know. There's a whole lot here, and he's trying to get it all in through Buchanan. He's doing a pretty damn good job. I will say that navigating these evidentiary issues and trying to get information in through some backdoor way, some exception to some hearsay rule that exists, he's doing a good job. Because this is testimony that's very difficult to get in if you are not the person who's physically doing the things. This is a great question, SF and Texas. How would the snow melt only under a portion of the piece of taillight on one section and still have snow on another portion? That's a very curious question. I wonder if people who live in snowy areas would have an understanding of how snow generally melts and how that looks kind of odd. This is really bothering me. Matthew Self, NDT professional here. I'd bet if you'd inspect the fatigue shear zone of the polycarbonate, you'd be able to tell if it was pulled or pushed, sudden impacted based on cross-section of the shear point. Well, I imagine we're going to get some testimony in that regard because we have witnesses that are going to be coming in and testifying to the impact of the polycarbonate back there. Actually, I imagine the ARCA witnesses they're fun to watch because they did experiments where they shot glasses via an air cannon at polycarbonate taillights to try and mirror the impact. It is pretty cool. Let's see. Soap API, love your late night ADHD streams. They provide me with the greatest late Saturday morning content. Australia. Adore your commentary partly as it verbalizes more eloquently my brain thoughts. I don't know if it's eloquent because there's a whole lot of pausing going on in my brain right now as certain things are breaking it. That happens. Crazy Cat Queen, get Sparkle Farce Squeeze through the anger, Rob. I will, and I'll probably need it even bordering cross. Dana McGrew, help me. JM called 911 and said, Jen McCabe called 911 and said they flipped him over for CPR. So he flew, landed on his face when did back of his head get injured. Wasn't there zero blood on the tail light? That is for the accident reconstructionist. If you are curious, Dana, I don't know if you watched the first trial or not. You should go watch. Well, no, hang on. Just hang on. Don't watch the first trial yet. Just let the evidence come in as it does and then put it all together as you will. I have told you guys in the past, I am not in favor of one side or the other here. I am sitting here as the evidence comes in and trying to logically piece it together to match what is coming in as evidence to what the Commonwealth said happened. And I have some areas where it makes sense to me. Some areas where I am very fucking confused. And I'm trying to be candid about that with all of you. I've also been very clear that as a general matter, I am inherently usually biased in favor of defense. Always. In every case that I analyze, I generally have a predisposition of bias towards the defense because I believe that the Commonwealth, the state, the prosecution always has not just a leg up, but they basically have all of the utilities and resources at their disposal, and they're putting an individual at trial and running them through the ringer. So I will usually side towards the defense. So I give you that understanding of my leanings so that you can view my criticism through that lens and understand that I am going to have a bias. And I recognize that bias exists, and I do my best in recognizing that bias to take myself and back out of it and view the information I'm receiving neutrally. I try to tell you guys when I do. This case drives me insane, though. SF, why does it appear the plastic doesn't have water spots from the melting of the snow and then drying of water? I don't know. It looks very shiny. All of it does. Faith M, plastic is like glitter. It keeps showing up. It does. It very much does. Sharky. No conspiracy needed. Scuffle at the party. JOK gets bit by the dog, falls, cracks his head. People panic and drag him out. Proctor meddles to secure KR arrest. I am going to rest with the understanding that I will never know what actually happened that night, and that's remarkably sad. Because even if that transpired, I don't think there's ever a way to prove that that exactly happened. Which is really sad for John O'Keefe and his family. This investigation was so horrible. It was so horrible that any idea of an actual just disposition here feels so far away. Billy's Momzilla, clothes filthy, but shoes clean, like just out of the box. Just no. It's very confusing. I mean, the shoes being clean, if you buy the Commonwealth story, here's the thing. If you believe the Commonwealth story is the shoe being clean, John O'Keefe gets out of the car and stands on the snow. He at that point in time has not been walking around in the mud. He has not gone anything. He hasn't gone inside the house. He hasn't done. He's getting out of the vehicle. His shoes would presumably be clean from the bar. Gets out of the vehicle. He takes maybe 2 or 3 steps. So you're not getting him that muddy in that 2 or 3 steps, and then Karen Reed hits him with the car. So I can see the world where the shoes are clean. Now, they look really clean to me. It is confusing, but I can get there. Lauren L., if you need a palate cleanser from the frustration, check your email. The direct cross made me want to scream. Such a bad investigation. It's wild. And I will do that. Thank you. Granny Joe, 3X, how in the world do you ins anything? I am so confused. 3 times. Oh, 3 times. How in the world do you do anything? I don't know. I'm a little confused. Trying my best. I'm sorry. Matthew Self, I'd love to see a comparison of, there's another very generous super chat. I'd love to see a comparison of items put into evidence that they, quote, thought, end quote, would be good for the case versus items that were run-of-the-mill collection. Compare to each to best practices and see where the bias lies. Well, I don't know. We don't need that comparison or that comparative analysis. Because I can guarantee you there's little pieces of rubber and plastic and all kinds of shit on that front lawn. You'll ever go outside on a front lawn that abuts a street or a road and just look in the front lawn? I have a very funny story about my license plate. No, I'll tell you now. It's kind of funny. So, only quasi-relevant. The other day, I went outside to my truck. Went outside of my truck. And I looked at the front bumper. And I realized that for the first time, there was not a license plate there. Virginia requires license plate on front and back bumper. Holy crap. When did that happen? How long have I been driving around with that? Because how many times did I walk past that and not realize that the license plate wasn't there? Huh. Try to retrace my steps of how it might have happened. Did I hit something on the street? Did I do that? When would that would have popped off? Go through the worst case scenario, like, oh my God, someone stole a license plate. Someone's trying to steal it and steal a car, blah, blah, blah. And to the most innocent of where did it come off? And oh shit, now I got to go to the DMV and get new plates. So I had a bunch of stuff to do that day, and I was driving, doing other things, but I did know that I had to go to the DMV to get new plates. Later that afternoon, I stopped by the dry cleaners to pick up my dry cleaning. And I parked, go inside, get my dry cleaning, walk around the side of my truck, put it in the side of the truck. And I look across the parking lot, and lo and behold, in the bed of mulch, there is sitting there what looks to be a license plate with a little frame and all. And I can actually see the numbers on it. I want you guys to guess when it was that I dropped my clothes off at the dry cleaner in relation to when I discovered the license. About 9 days. That license plate had been sitting there in that bed of mulch in a parking lot of a heavily trafficked area. 9 days. I was driving around without noticing the license plate that was missing on the front of my truck for 9 days. So you will find any number of things on mulch piles, grass, things that abut streets. Also, it gives you a very clear indication of how rushed we are in our daily lives when we just walk around and don't notice something like that. You approach your car from the front all the time trying to get into it. Just an interesting story about power of observation. And when we see it. So. Peppermint. Thank you. You explained so patiently and kindly, Rob. Please explain why people say I'm not a conspiracy theorist. End of question. Or quote, truly, for my edification, please help me understand. Aren't conspiracies charged every day? I guess you're right. I don't mean to say it that way. I mean, if you could read, there are conspiracies that are charged every day. But there are certain conspiracies that exist that are more believable than others. And the broader the conspiracy gets and the more moving parts that are involved, the more complicated it is to understand how that conspiracy would be held together. Nora Stevens, I know jurors can't do their own research, but I'm a mechanical engineer. I'd want to analyze battery temperature, polycarbonate breakage with my knowledge allowed. Your knowledge would be, I mean, you're not required to disconnect your knowledge from your understanding of the evidence that's presented. You're not supposed to bring in your outside knowledge to contradict the evidence that you've received or perceived, but it's also a very natural thing. We tell jurors to only view the evidence and not test outside things. You know what happens when you give someone half a story? What's their natural inclination? They want the rest of the story. They try to figure it out. I mean, history is replete of juries that have just disregarded information they have heard from very, very well-renowned experts and just went with what they knew or they believed. It's part of the system. Chloe S. I mean, he said they trust but verify info from witnesses they don't know. Info from those he knows seems to be trust without verifying. It's not that inaccurate. Brady Joe, I meant at 3 times speed. Oh, how do you understand anything? Oh, Brady Joe, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. How do I understand? I'm very used to how court procedure and court proceedings work. And then once you get used to hearing it at 2 times speed, 3 times speed isn't that bad. However, my paralegal did come inside of my office today and I was listening to this at 2x and she asked me the same question. She goes, how do you hear anything? Used to it. Eeyore RN. J. Michael? Yeah, it is you, J. Michael. Walked to my graduation for MSN today. Yeah! Way to go! Happy graduation. You special person, you. Way to go. That's awesome. Kayla Holder, can Karen Reed sue these folks after she smokes them at trial? No. Not on these facts, I don't think so. She could. I don't think she would prevail, though. Or her family just out millions. There's a bunch of people that are fronting money, and the litigation costs are litigation costs. There's a whole lot of people out of money because of this. Raise hell, hail to the Redskins. Can't see the rips in the right sleeve with the hoodie folded in plexiglass. And that's why I would object to having it displayed in plexiglass. I'd want it displayed out in the open. Canton PD's integrity. Never met this man in my life. Geraldine Friedrich, their chain of custody for who framed the shirt. Arguably, there should be a delineated note of who took the shirt and put it in the plastic. It needs to have that chain of custody for every step along the way. So you're right. There should be some document that shows when that shirt was framed in plastic. What an interesting thing. Nancy Drewby, did you hear him say a noise is coming from one of the bags? I didn't hear that. That's funny, though. Tracy Sires, based on the decision of the jurors from the first trial came to, I'm concerned about what the jurors from this trial are going to decide. I've told you that I can see a world where she's convicted. I can absolutely see that world. I can see a world where she's acquitted. I can see a world where there's a hung jury. All of those circumstances are still presently on the table. I actually think that people's general inclination is towards guilt. Again, why my analysis always tends to lean a little more pro-defense, because I want to be analytical, hyper-analytical position. Apocalypse DOA, let her carry your food drive tomorrow in the U.S. Please leave a bag with non-perishable food by your mailbox. Please share this message. Happy to. So, food drive tomorrow in the U.S. Leave a bag of non-perishables by your mailbox. I would check your local paper and check your local news to verify that for where you are. But if that is, in fact, the case for you and your household, absolutely do so if you can. Heather, good to see you. Rob, if they have stuffed up what shoe came from where, then can it be thrown out as evidence, or haven't they stuffed it up for that? I think there's a way of curing it. I think there's got to be some method of curing it, though. You might have to recall the prior trooper. AG, thank you very much, Rob. Or thank you very much, AG. Happy Friday, Rob. I started steno school. That's cool. I love it so far. Don't forget the story I emailed you about. Yes, it's the California Supreme Court case. Oh, a Canadian Supreme Court case on whether or not to allow digital recording instead of stenography in family law. Oh my gosh, I gotta check that out. Second. Make sure I've got it. Not on dark mode. Very bright and very scathing. Yep. Got it. Got it. Thank you. Lynn Britton, Canton don't need no chain of custody. That would be redundant. course it would. Thank you, Ray Joe, for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Adrian Elizabeth. So both MSP detectives proved their incompetence at trial. Is this grounds for mistrial? Third trial, you're going to see a motion for mistrial. I don't think it's going to be granted. It was caught early enough-ish in the process. Now, if it was caught after the close of evidence, that's a different story. But evidence is still open. So, Yellow Pill NP, I'm going to save this for a little bit later. Thank you for that very much. Just because your tax dollars at work, Massachusetts residents. That's wild to me. Alyssa Ramirez, how are you getting the inverted video and asking for a friend? You are portraying it as inverted. If you portray it as inverted, then realistically it is a true and accurate, but inverted copy of the video. If you portray it that way, if you tell the jury that it is inverted, therefore what you are seeing as the left is in fact the right. It's when you don't give that explanation that it becomes misleading. Light Queen, the insanity of the investigation and 2 circus trials is enough to make a person batty. The utter incompetence of the troopers makes the Keystone cops look like pros. Ridiculous. This trial is wild. I am so confused on so many of these issues. Let's see. The virtual juror, if no proctor by Commonwealth and looking that way, when would you call him in your case in chief? Beginning, middle, end, and why? I might call him right up front. Because the jury is wanting to hear this information. Depends on how long they keep mentioning his name and kind of, to the jury, he's this boogeyman. Like they have some understanding of what's going on, but he's like, don't know how much. So when the prosecution doesn't tell them, this is a very risky strategy by Hank Brennan. I can see this strategy paying off big dividends or completely backfiring. It's very risky. If the jury thinks that you are intentionally holding something back from them, they are going to resent the hell out of you for not answering their questions. And they're going to think you're misleading them. Remember the smoke and mirrors comments by the juror in the first trial? There is a real possibility that if by ignoring all of these glaring red flags, and the defense is doing a damn good job of trying to make it obvious that they are being ignored. I can see what Hank Brennan is doing. I think he's doing a good job at it. I just don't know if it is the right move. I mean, it is a ballsy approach. It is a really risky approach. Especially with the defense touting it in front of you every single witness you call. So I don't know how you do that. Maybe you think you're going to regain credibility on rebuttal? I don't know. Peter Randolph, I have gotten this comment quite a bit. Robbie will always sound like John Cusack to me. I don't know why, but people have made that comment and I don't have a reason to refute it. I don't like listening to myself. So I just don't. That's how I sound. AKA the cat lady Turtle Boy said last night that Proctor, Brian, Colin, Albert, Higgins, Tully, Matt McCabe, and the ME will not be called by the Commonwealth. And that's where I get to this. I believe this. I am, every day that goes by, I am more confident in this. I think that Buchanan is going to be the last of the fact witnesses that we're going to see. And we're going to get into experts first thing on probably on maybe Monday afternoon, maybe Tuesday. And then there's a question of, is Hank going to be able to block the defense from effectively calling these witnesses on some foundational grounds? Is he going to be able to efficiently quote unquote, cross his favorable witnesses and lead them down the yellow brick road to salvation? I don't know how this is going to play out. But it's very clear that the strategy in trial number 2, and this is why the title of the video is what it is. The strategy in trial number 2 is entirely different than the strategy in trial number 1. And it is very effective. I don't know if you've noticed this, but the defense has had to work exceedingly hard to get information in through cross-examination because of these maneuvers. So there's a part of the strategy that's very favorable to Hank Brennan and is doing wonders for him. But it's a strategy that could very much backfire. Water Unleashed, thank you. Is the Commonwealth hoping that they will be able to cross Proctor instead? Well, they're going to. Would that be more advantageous for them, ask leading questions and are restricting the defendant from asking leading questions direct? The defense can ask leading questions. There's not a world where people don't view Michael Proctor as being adverse to the defense or where he's not allowed to be treated as a hostile. He is absolutely going to get crossed by the defense. He's going to get crossed by everyone. If Michael Proctor gets called in this trial, which I think he will by the defense, if Michael Proctor gets called in this trial, it is going to be one of the worst days of his damn life. It's going to be horrible. Imagine just getting grilled by the defense nonstop and then getting grilled by the prosecution nonstop. Lori Ross, Rob, if the DA doesn't call the Massachusetts medical examiner and only paid medical examiner, how do they have any case? They paid medical, never did the exam. Explain, please. You don't have to have someone physically examine the body. That's why the medical examination is done and documented the way it is. They can review the notes, photographs, and toxicology reports, all the blood work. They can review all of those things and reach a conclusion. You have people that do medical consults all the time. So you can still have an independent medical expert testify to things that were observed by somebody else. But they get to cross the medical examiner based on the undetermined finding. I mean, I don't know how. We'll just have to see what comes up. I'm curious to watch that testimony. The experts in this case have always been, I've always been the most interested in them because the facts seem so all over the place. It just drives me nuts. Virtual juror. Now I know why it took 6 days for them to dry. Huh? Nancy Druby. Grass stains from dragging the body. Why ripped pocket? I don't know. I don't know. Yellow pill. I'm going to come back to that and pull that video up. Thank you for finding that timestamp. Ashley Lauren, Trial Channel, episode 51.1, direct 30. Oh, okay. You've had it too. Okay. 51.1, direct 37, 24 minutes, pants 1.0. Okay. Thank you. Rand Dizzle. Why do they make it a point to not show the sole of the shoe? They don't want anyone to see that it's not dirty. Yeah, they can display it in a fashion that's, he kind of talks about how it's misleading or certain things are misleading. Cops are professional witnesses. Odin's martyr, black shoes sitting in the road overnight while snowing and plows dropping salt would be obviously covered in white road salt. That's a question the jury, I imagine, is asking as well. Mispronounced name. In your example, you missed the missing plate because you weren't looking for it. As soon as you were looking for it, you spotted it first opportunity. I guess you're right. Gen V, I grew up in a small town. I can't believe how con. Sandy, please don't forget to like and subscribe. Yes, guys, if you are watching the 3,000 years here, please hit the like button. Please do. And if you like the content, subscribe. Billy's Momzilla, if the plate was 6 feet and 200 pounds, would you have seen it? Was it snowing? Very good questions. I don't know if I would find a 6 foot, 200 pound license plate. That'd be interesting. Something Mini Mischief 2 would say. What if your license plate was 6 feet and 200 pounds? Kid. Kel Marie. Thank God it's Friday Night Frenzy. Thank God. Glad to have you here. Apocalypse DOA food drive should be nationwide is done by the NALC. Like I said, Apocalypse DOA, I'm taking your word for it. I'm telling people in the chat, take a look, put the non-perishables outside, verify that it's going on where you are, and if you have to do anything else to get it there, and heck, if you can give more or different things, do that too. Shauna Coles, if I was a juror not calling Proctor by prosecution after omitting him in the opening too, looks really bad to Hank, in my opinion. I think they're going to try and gloss over it with Buchanan's first bit of testimony. Michigan Farm Boy, isn't the evidence log for a situation where an evidence bag disappeared with all the info written on it? Sure, no evidence has ever disappeared from police lockup. So totally redundant. Sarcasm just there. Yeah. Redundancies exist. Guys, we have talk about redundancy. I have notes of notes. I have bank statements and notes of notes and notes. Redundancy is built into the law. It is supposed to be redundancy. Redundancy is critical. Let's see. Mary Lou Crafts, thanks for the listen material while I crochet. I love that. Absolutely enjoy that. Enjoy the crocheting. 20th Century Fox, do the sneakers go to deliberation room with the jury? The physical evidence does not. They are, it depends. Some jurisdictions will allow some of it to go back. Generally speaking, though, there's a separate motion that gets filed. There was a case that I remember where the jury was allowed to actually view the knife. And what was the case that I remember where the jury was allowed to view the gun? I think they had one of the sheriffs go back there and actually allow the sheriff to manipulate the gun in front of the jury. I can't remember what case it was. It varies based on cases, based on circumstances, and it's always subject to motions and arguments. Brandon Joe, Recovery Addict, mentioned your Amber Heard bed video today. I went and watched it. Very cool. Well, Brandon Joe, that's very nice of you. Thank you. That video was the very first video I ever created, like 2 o'clock in the morning. It was... Things have changed a lot since then. Thank you for watching that. And I'm glad you enjoyed it. That trial was interesting. An introduction to a world that I had no idea what was going on. Alex Khan, a question: what happens if he ignores the subpoena? Then he has a bench warrant issued for his arrest, and that becomes very uncomfortable. Cheryl P, enjoying the night stream. Thank you, Cheryl P. Katrina Turner, listening while building pet playroom. I have a zoo. That sounds damn fun. That's awesome. Playroom. Okay. Shall we? I want to see the ring video. That's what I want to see. And then I want to go to the cross-examination. Let's do this. I think I might slow this one down as soon as we get the show.
Thank you. When you reviewed the...
Never mind. Pause. Shay. Oh, Henhouse Bath Company. Good to see you. Listen while packing in for Switzerland. That's awesome. I hope you have so much fun. That is so cool. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Let me do something. I want to go to Switzerland. Switzerland sounds so much fun. Something real quick. Mute that one. Why do I have to do that? I don't want to do that. No. Behave. Do. That tabby. Have fun in Switzerland. I really hope you do. Let's see. Mama Wolf, thank you very much. Had finals today. Cannot keep my eyes open. Thank you for breakdown, Rob. I'll be on replay crew tomorrow for what I miss. Mama Wolf, thank you for being here. Thank you for participating in the chat and being wonderful as always. Shay B, the continued generosity is remarkable. Thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. That's very, very, very kind of you. You are awesome. Happy FNF. Happy FNF to you too. I am trying to be more consistent with streams. I really am. Katie Hewling, you always tell us go make something. So I was while watching FNF. So I collect resin ball jointed dolls. I've made them so many outfits during these streams. That is so cool. I'm glad. That's great there. That's wonderful. You need it when you're listening to this craziness. Absolutely do. Oh my. Oh my. What do you say? What do you say? Let's watch the ring video.
The video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022. Did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If we could have video 119.
All right. I need to see this in real time. I might slow the damn thing down. Let's see. Okay. So to be clear, this video is from the morning, right, of January 29th. So this is before any of that happened, right? Okay. 28th. All right. So, taillight appears clearly to be intact. Let's go nice and slow. Go slow. 0.5. Intact. Okay. All right. Mr. Brennan, I'm with you. I'm with you. I see the taillight intact.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a
I did catch it. Hey, honey. Glad you made it safely where you are. I didn't check my text message. Confirm that you are where you need to be. There has been no misbehaving. There has only been good behaving, and I broke in the grill. Very delicious. I'm still eating some of it. Leo is good. Thank you for coming and saying hi to me. Early happy Mother's Day. Because it's 11:30. Well, it's 11:30 on Friday, so it's not yet Saturday. But I'll see you for Mother's Day. Wish you a happy Mother's Day then. Okay. Let me get back on track. Sorry. Watching chat because chat is funny. Rob told us he's gonna have a wild party where you're out of the house. No. Bad chat. Bad chat.
problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
Oh, avid reader. I will answer this question for you. If you look to the top of your chat, there should be the little three dots, right? You can press the three dots and it will say enable gifted or allow gifted. You can actually you have to allow it. You should be able to just, at the top of the chat window, there should be a little thing for you to press that says allow gifted. All right. Time. I missed all of that. I was distracted. We got to listen to this testimony again.
After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
Okay, 5:05.
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January.
Okay, now I heard the noise coming from the bag over there. Why was the noise coming from the bag? Bags shouldn't make noises.
28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
That's
Gilman.
cool. You can see the reflection off the glass
Did you have,
in the garage.
there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Yeah, but that video didn't show us the other side of the taillight. This video doesn't show us the other side of the taillight. What am I supposed to be seeing with this video? Is this just the arrangement of the cars? This is riveting stuff, guys. I am so excited. What is happening? The relevance to this is that they're trying to establish foundational information. Basically, the position of the vehicles, I guess the taillight being intact. I'm. This is good, baby. It's just you haven't speaking to him again.
Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Now, do the funny part. Do the part where you explain how long it takes to drive from 34 Fairview to that property or the other, whatever the. Do the math on the drive.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Okay.
Did you look for ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
Wait, so am I supposed to infer from that? Am I supposed to infer from that that she was smart enough to access the ring video and delete the footage of 1 o'clock in the morning, but not the 5 o'clock in the morning? Is that the inference I'm supposed to draw? Because if you're trying to say consciousness of guilt evidence, that doesn't sell that to me, because if I'm thinking that someone's going to delete the video, I mean, wouldn't she wipe all the fucking video? Let's just be honest here. I don't know. I don't know. That is horrible noise.
Thank you. Did you review
Please
that video from 5?
Hang on. Yuri, we're on a first name basis now, Yuri. You're going to say something, aren't you, right now? Oh, you're going to say something.
50758.
Yes.
Did you,
What did you observe?
later review video of 54629?
54629.
Could we play number 154, please?
This is a car returning? Oh, this is when they're going back inside the house. Okay.
Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is, top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video
Hang on. Did you just say you can read the license plate on that Lexus?
after
Hang on.
the
This
people
is-
arrived at
this is-
54629?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
Hang on. Wait a minute. Yeah. You're telling me that she deleted only the videos of the vehicle leaving, all the videos of the vehicle leaving, except for that one video that she forgot?
Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please?
Oh, there's the cops.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe
parents?
it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
All right.
Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165?
Okay. This is. Why do I need this?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw
And
video?
yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video?
Okay. What am I supposed to infer from this?
Did you look at video from 12:40?
What inference am I supposed to draw? Is it that they wiped everything except for that taillight off? What is the inference?
And 175.
Okay. They're cleaning off cars.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video?
That's the polarization of the lens or the glass. The glass will look that way.
Video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
Wait, go back to this one. I want to go back to this one. Why did you play this one? Hang on. Where is it?
Black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed.
8. That
There's that one. What time was this video supposed to be? Give me a second.
please.
Yes, I did.
That morning on January 29, 2022.
5:07 on January 29th. So after, so this is leaving the car after it is supposedly struck John O'Keefe. This is what this video is supposed to depict.
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna mute this. Hang on. 0.25 speed, which is gonna be kind of clippy. So I want to watch it this way. Well, let's watch it smooth, because I don't want it to be clippy, and for that to, and then we'll rewind it. All right, not that taillight. Not that taillight. It's wrong. You're looking at the wrong taillight. Hang on. Okay. I don't see any white illumination. I don't see a single ounce of white illumination. Do you guys see the? I don't see a. That's yellow. There's nothing there. Oh, and she has the brake lights. Hang on. There's not an ounce of white. Are we supposed to believe it's that little shadow there? That? But why isn't it illuminated? And why isn't it white? That's red. I don't understand this. All right. Someone in the Commonwealth's witness is lying. Hang on. Because there was testimony offered that there was
Video from
Does he pause it? Does Brennan pause it?
Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later
You're on
review
drugs. Hang
video
on.
of 5?
You're on drugs. If you strip of white, if you let me show you how. Let's see if we can find another one that's darker. Any video that you play where you have light reflecting off of a bright white siding.
That we see.
Gee, doesn't that light, when it's reflecting off the white fence, doesn't that look really bright and white? All of it. Okay. I will pause. Hang on. That, are you talking about that? You talking about this? Wait, watch. See, okay, I want to point this to you. Watch this. Ready? Check this out. You see that glow right there where my mouse is? You see that? That little white spot there? See how it moved over here and how it's up here now? See that reflections? Whoop, there it is. It's over here now. See that? Watch it follow the car. There. See? Watch it. Now you have more reflection because there's a spotlight attached to the damn camera. Oh, look. You see how it turned that portion of the tail light red and then white, or white and then red? Watch. Yes. Oh, wow. That looks really white right there, right? That looks just completely white. Oh my gosh, it's completely white right there at this point. Oh my, look how white that is. That is white. Look, that's completely, oh my gosh, that's exposed. That's exposed right here. Pay attention to this exact part of the taillight. Right there, look how white that is. Oh no, we've passed the spotlight and it's red again. There ain't no white. Not even there. It's not even there. How is this supposed to help? Like, how is this supposed to help their case? I am supposed to believe they've had this video for how long? .25. Oh, no, I don't like your noise. Stop being noisy. Mute. Point to me where the missing taillight cover is, and do it especially when the full panel of lights illuminates there. You are out of your fucking mind. I don't know if I saw this specific video during the last trial.
Did you
someone is going to yell at me and someone's going to be mad and someone's going to say, I'm free carry, blah, blah, blah. It's totally white. You're on drugs. You don't see anything. I'm sorry. I watched that 10 times. It's not the reflection. You guys are wrong. It's not the reflection. It's the spotlight of the Ring camera. This is so dumb. Let me put it this way. If it cracked it, let's say it cracked it, right? I'm going to do this. Let me go ahead and tell you this. Let's say hypothetically. All right. Let's follow along. Let's say hypothetically speaking. World hypotheticals. Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the back of her car. Okay? Let's say that in this hypothetical situation, Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with the back of her car. With the back of that car, with that taillight. Causes death with that taillight. With that taillight, this is the condition of the taillight after that strike happened. With that taillight, and this gets even worse. This can get even worse when you do all of this and you play this out. Hypothetically, Karen Reed hits John O'Keefe with that taillight, actually hits him consistent with the Commonwealth's theory. Okay, somehow. But that taillight clearly does not have a shard of glass or plastic missing from it that's 7 inches long. That is how big one of those pieces are. You are on drugs if you are telling me that there is a piece of plastic that is the size of this missing from the back of that taillight in that video. You are on drugs if you're telling me that. I don't know what's worse scenario. I really don't. Let's say hypothetically that the back of that taillight struck John O'Keefe and hit him and left that driveway in that condition where there's not a piece that's this fucking big missing from the back of it. Then what you have is a scenario where you have somebody recognizing that there might not be sufficient evidence to prove what they know occurred. And they're just helping it along by finding pieces of tail. That's bad. No one should get convicted by that. And then let's say that I mean, then you have the idea of the cover up. That's bad. They're both bad. There is no good thing to there. No good thing. There were 3 pieces that were 6 inches. How? Are the bulbs actually red? Nope. You ever replaced one? You ever replaced one of the taillight bulbs? And let's say that it is red. Even in that hypothetical, let's say it is red. Doesn't a barely exposed bulb that's not shielded by polycarbonate emit a different shade and brightness? There's no bulb. Well, that creates a problem for the Commonwealth. That creates a problem for the Commonwealth because the Commonwealth testifies that there's actually like white illumination. Like they testify to that. Like there's testimony. I think it was in the first trial they used that testimony. Well, I got a problem with that. It's an LED panel. You have to show me. Someone's going to have to show me. Someone's going to have to show me the light bulb. Someone's going to have to show me the assembly, how it assembled. Someone's going to have to make this math. Anyways, then we get in. I think then we what do we get? The waterfall. This is the most boring line of testimony of all time. The waterfall testimony, the video. Let's get back to this one. I'm frustrated now. Because that leaves. Here's the point. That leaves a question for me that's unanswered by the Commonwealth case. Which, as I said before, is what? Reasonable doubt. Now, if they can show me another video at a different time that shows that thing lit up like a damn Christmas tree with white light, I will change my tune entirely. If they can show me, something that exists between those two timestamps, I will sing a different tune. 1,000%.
We might have different duties, responsibilities.
If it's red LED, someone better explain. If it's red LED, then why you show me that video? That's what I mean. If let's say it's red LED, right? Let's say hypothetically speaking, it's a red bulb. Let's say it's a red bulb, red LED, red something. Then if that's the case, then that video doesn't depict anything at all. I don't care. I'm.
But some teams holding a short style
semantics.
cocktail glass.
All right. Here we go. We're frustrated. In the mirrored Sallyport video, when the car was pulled into the driver's side, brake lights were mostly white. The grand jury show those fucking videos side by side. Show them side by side. One of these things is not like the other. If you thought that was the murder weapon, why didn't you document the hell out of it the second you arrived on scene? I mean, the test, everything about this investigation sucks. Everything about it sucks. There isn't a good single second of this investigation. Ian thinks to the white is from the house. I think the white's from the spotlight. Frankly, I don't care where the white is from. It ain't from the taillight. I can tell you that. Mispronounced name. Runkle figured it. Reflection house light is white. I don't even think it's a reflection. I think it's the spotlight of the Ring camera.
With black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please?
Or the glass.
Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely.
Wait a minute. Where? Please, I want to see this.
Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Okay.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter. Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
They do.
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this as evidence.
No objection.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Exhibit 139.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right.
Ooh. He was real good at answering questions before. So we do this song and dance of him not really acknowledging that there's anybody that's a lead investigator or anything for the entirety of this time.
Not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon.
And then Alan Jackson walks through a binder one step at a time of every subpoena just to try and put it for the jury. So, yeah. Lauren L., I saw it. Just emailed you the prosecution's picture of the taillight and the Sally port. I saw that. I also, in my email, and I might pull it up. Don't know. But day one of Cross wasn't that exciting. It really was. But for all of the boredom that day one was, day two offered us a very, very, very different set of circumstances. It's very different. So we got a different Yuri Buchanan today. It's just something else. What I'm looking at, though, someone actually does a reconstruction of this taillight. I don't know if it's this taillight. I have to look at that video. If the light... This is why I don't get... I'm so confused by so much of this. There's so much information out there, guys. I need this information to come into trial. It's just, oh yeah, I watch everybody's. I watch everyone's recaps. I try to, or I can put them on the background when I'm doing stuff at 3x or 2x. You know, I want to see something funny. Watch Emily at 2 times speed. She's funny. Or Ian when he's going on a rant. It's funny too. Oh my. What a nightmare we have here. Idle hysteria. Thank you. Not on board with the McAlbert conspiracy, but the MSP planting taillight is becoming more plausible. Taillight piece is Commonwealth's strongest evidence, but it stinks. That's where my head is. I don't buy the taillight right now based on what I've seen. So they got to close that fucking loop real quick. Chris M96, didn't Jen say something about her or Carrie pulling out plastic when they got to John's home because afraid of a snag? Or maybe that? No, you're not making that up. They are saying that they pointed out the taillight, Karen, your taillight, and then pulling a piece out. Gingy Probs, biggest surprise of the day for me. Yuri Buchanan easily admitted that no light pieces were found until after the Lexus was in police custody. Well, he had to. There's no way Yuri's being able to deny that. No way. Lori Ross, I saw the video. I want to take a look at it. I'm going to look at it separately. I'm not going to look at it now because I want to look at it separately before I start spouting off. Guy on YouTube did the test on the taillight like I did the bed. Yeah. I want to watch that because I will usually trust that type of empirical data more than people testifying to me. Like, you can tell me how something works. I kind of got to see it. That's just what I am. YouTuber called Be in Trouble 31 tested the exact light and there are no bulbs in the diffuser. Then all of this is very, 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 very confusing. And the Commonwealth has got to close that damn loop. Because right now I have testimony that doesn't line up with what my own two eyes told me. H Scorpio JD. Aperture, do they do science? I guess they do. They very much do. Caitlin Shoot getting ready for track and field Special Olympics tomorrow. Wonderful. 20 athletes competing for spring games as head coach, stressed and excited. Send us luck. Good luck to you and all of your athletes. I hope they do wonderful. I love watching and seeing people participate in that. It is wonderful. You see some of the best humans out there on the track on those events. So good luck. Amara Deshane, it takes 900 pounds to force a break a polycarbonate taillight. We heard that in the first trial from ARCA, which you can get via combination of speeds impacting each other, arguably. But I don't think the impact speed that they said occurred is sufficient to reach 900 pounds of force. Not against soft tissue. Or even bone through soft tissue. I don't know. Shauna Coles, it's capturing these because it detects people. She pulled out slowly enough that it detected her in the car. She probably pulled it in faster. It couldn't detect her. Oh, I don't know how ring detection works. That's interesting. It'd be nice to hear from somebody from Ring. I imagine defense has probably got somebody lined up at some point. Peppermint, if we don't know what happened, does Karen Reed deserve 15 years to life? She's been without a license and a car for 3 years in great debt. What's proper punishment? Do judges consider the detriment cost to the defendant in sentencing? There's a lot of considerations and factors that weigh into sentencing, but right now we're at the guilt phase, so leave the cart right where it is, behind the horse. Don't put it in front of the horse. The jury is not supposed to give any weight whatsoever to the potential consequences of conviction when determining whether or not to adjudicate guilt. Mostly harmless fuzzball, 34F to 1 minute, 4 to 6 minutes in good weather. Oh yeah, it's the time frame is, it doesn't work. Not based on their timeline. Not based on our timeline at all. if she connects their clock or to the Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m., which is what Yuri Buchanan just testified to, that's information that they testified to that they're putting forward, then her impacting John O'Keefe at 12:32 or 33, the last movement on his phone, does not work, is not feasible or possible. That is the part that pisses me off. That evidence does not line up. Fred of Orange's court cam. Rob, can you pull the image at 3:44:26? Zoom in and tell me if it looks doctored to you. I don't have time right now. I do need to get through his cross, but I'll take a look at more of this stuff. I really will, because this is, and I'm very curious about the rest of the trial on that, because I want to see how the defense handles this in cross. Genevieve, I meant I could see how conspiracy could happen in a small town, that the politics of whose friends, family with whom is a real thing. I'm very well aware of that. It is a scary thought process, though, a very scary thought process if you actually follow that to its logical conclusion. So, all right, let's get back into this. So cross-examination picks back up with Alan Jackson, and we get into a linguistics battle.
On an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 3430, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size, fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
You weren't there.
There it was. There it was. The evidence has a voice again. The evidence is speaking. I get colloquialisms, but that's not.
Correct.
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested.
The
and
chess.
then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it
1.25.
and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion. And then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or a presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but
So the
I'm
answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying, so words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 3430, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had the.
When did you find out that she says I hit him? Other than asking the question. Just when did you find it's God. Okay. From those of you in the chat that believe that the Commonwealth is adequately proving their case, and that believe that sometimes Alan Jackson or Yannetti are too combative, or hell, you can just hate them. For those of you that are in the chat, and I want everyone else to be nice to you, for those of you in the chat that are of that mindset, please tell me that you can at the very least acknowledge that what Yuri Buchanan is doing here is frustrating, to say the least, in that he's not answering even the most simple questions. Like, tell me that you can perceive that. I get, like I've told you in the past, that Yannetti drives me crazy, how he just goes after a single point that I think is a minute detail and tries to make them admit a characterization of a friendship that I just did. This is combative, like we haven't seen it all.
those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is the cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew...
Tell me what part of his answer right there, what part of his response here is an answer to the question. You know what I do when witnesses are doing this, by the way? What I do oftentimes, if the witness has done this a bunch and I'm in court, here's what I do. I just sit there like this. I lean back against the wall or the bar, and I just sit there and I wait. And I'm just looking at them. And then when they finish their monologue, I continue standing there for a second. And then I stand back up and I walk to the microphone and I ask the exact same question, the exact same way again. I have dragged witnesses basically through broken glass. I had to do it this week. I had an adverse party that was testifying this week that would not admit the simplest thing. The simplest thing. I couldn't. So I had to just painfully go through each one. Boom, 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 and just drag them. One word after another. It is so obnoxious. And people think that you think it plays well.
Everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying right now. This is what I'm saying. For people that are watching this video, whether you're watching it in the comments later, whether you're not involved in the chat right now, you tell me. I get people have different perceptions of whether she's guilty or not. I completely understand that there are people that are very firmly in the camp of Karen Reed hit him and very firmly in the camp of it's a cover-up. I get that. If you are firmly in the camp of Karen Reed definitely hit John O'Keefe with her car, how does this play for you? Is this working for you? Are you enjoying this? Does this play out like some big gotcha? Because I can tell you, for anyone that's sitting in the middle who has not yet decided, this is why I think that I don't like Yanetti's style on some of these questions. And I don't like that. I don't like that overly aggressive style and nitpicking. Because if you're in the middle and you haven't yet decided, behavior like that can shift you in the other camp.
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the...
You used a lot of big words in your direct, sir. And you used them with specific purpose. And you wrote reports where words are supposed to have meaning. So if you can't tell me, as a supervising trooper, what the word theory means, we've got some fucking problems. But kudos to you for learning 3 languages. I mean, that's phenomenal. Way to go. I mean, in the States, we're terrible about language and teaching languages. So congrats. But presumably, I mean, imagine this. He was in the Marines, right? Marines, yes. Marines or Army? He was in the military. I want to say he was a Marine. Can you imagine if you looked at a superior in the Marines and you told them, if you looked at a superior in the Marines and you told them, I'm sorry, I don't understand what the word theory is. It's my third language. Bro, I don't know that you would stop doing push-ups. I think you'd just be doing them in perpetuity with the Webster's Dictionary underneath your face as you did push-ups. And they might make you just read every single word, the definition thereof, as you continue to do push-ups. Just, I mean, hell, they might put the dictionary in front of you in different languages too.
The Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up Webster's Dictionary? You want
I have never in my life had someone from the witness stand say to me to pull out a dictionary. Or I mean, I've had people say that's not the definition of this.
And then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Yes.
All right, sustained.
Well, yeah, Alan, that's objectionable as hell. Probably felt really good though. Like that probably felt great. But it was argumentative. It was compound. It was everything. But it probably felt good just in that moment. I'll go in the hall where I keep my Webster's Dictionary. Let me go grab that real quick. We'll have the jury sit there. We can bring a snack in while we grab the dictionary, and then I can point theory and you can read it and we can make sure that we're on the same page when you give your answers to my questions. God. You know what? I'd probably be pissed off enough to say something stupid too. I don't know how it's you're trying to spin that bullshit for me. English is my third language. If you can give me the Webster's Dictionary on what the word theory means.
You would agree with me, Sergeant Buchanan.
This is great. Here's the thing. We begin again on Monday. You know what I'm doing over the weekend? You know what I'm doing over the weekend? I'm going to Barnes and Nobles and I'm buying the last Webster's Dictionary that they actually have in physical form. It's not dictionary.com. I'm buying the nice, pretty hardback cover of it. Really the biggest one I can find. I'm buying that and I'm bringing that to court with me on Monday for no other purpose than to put it on my desk, on counsel table, in broad fucking daylight view of the jury. I am absolutely doing that. And I dare anyone to question why I have it. And I will literally look right back at them and say, I want to be prepared. The last time I tried to ask this witness a question, they said they needed a dictionary. So I want to make sure that I'm there to assist the witness in answering my questions. God, and you can't tell me that there wouldn't be someone on the jury that wouldn't see the Webster's Dictionary. And I know the jury's not supposed to talk to each other, but you better believe there's going to be one of those little like elbows in the other juror, and they'll be like, check out the counsel's table. He actually brought a fucking dictionary. Oh my God, straight to Barnes and Nobles. Spend the money. Expense it. That would be so funny. Oh, I would laugh so hard. Guys, I get English. English can be your third language, and you can absolutely have difficulty understanding the full meaning of words, but you cannot tell me that you have just utilized the word theory in your presentation of what it was that you were pursuing as far as an avenue of investigation. Using the word theory, you can't tell me that you just used a word testifying under oath, and then when I ask you what that word means, You say, I don't know. English is my third language. You just used it.
That if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull the string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item.
You know what? Good for Hank Brennan here for not objecting immediately, because Jackson starts off argumentative. Like, there's no way this question gets out of his mouth without an objection being sustained and possibly an instruction, because you can't do this. And, you know, Brennan, to his credit, Brennan is there with the objections and he's patient in giving them. And he does them in a tone that doesn't shout like furious indignation. He simply says objection. Like, he doesn't say objection like a crazy psychopath. He just says objection. The judge sustains the objection, properly so. Jackson is still, here's the thing. Jackson is still in this phase where he's trying to train this witness. I've talked to you guys before about training a witness that's adversarial, is you break it down to the dumbest possible thing to basically say, don't fuck with me. I will walk you through this and I'm going to ask you the questions and you're going to give me the answers. And you have to train them. Sometimes you do it by making the question more simple. Sometimes you do it by making the question quasi-argumentative. Sometimes you do it by asking them a question you know the answer to that they really don't think you know the answer to. And you catch them in it. This week I did it by asking a person a question about their medical history that they didn't think I knew. And they said, that's a private matter. They actually said that in the stand. They said it's a private matter. Oh, the judge was funny in that one. The judge trained the witness for that one. This is an untrainable witness. Buchanan is so stubborn that he will not concede the issue. He will fight to the death. He will fight to the death on these questions and not answer the question as phrased by Alan Jackson. He won't do it. So here's what you end up having is you have this Jackson who's stubborn as hell, Buchanan who's stubborn as hell, and you get a whole lot of this. You get a whole lot of this. I don't want to do that. Where it's just ludicrous. The idea that Yuri Buchanan's never heard about plotting coordinates for evidence found is ridiculous. I imagine it's taught in the school. Not the school, but when they take their training. It's
Perpendicular to that. Pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera.
That's a
built
little
into
bit of
it, correct?
training. Okay, I take it back. He trained him a little bit. Like he did. I take it back a little bit. That long monologue. I mean, that trained him a little bit because he came back, actually responded to the question. It's not bad. Okay.
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I do not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found? That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been.
No. We're going to have the semantics argument again.
That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize. But
Do you need me to repeat the question?
was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20-odd items were found exactly?
Oh God, I want to ask the question. I want to ask it. You would agree with me that if you're describing the general vicinity as the front lawn, you're talking about a vehicle collision. It's very different if you found one piece of glass by the curb and another piece of glass in the general vicinity of the front lawn, but by the front door. That would be a pretty significant difference, right? Right. Like the general vicinity of the front lawn.
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different.
Those are not the same words. I'm in the exact location as the general vicinity of Leo. Tell me that makes any fucking sense. These are not words that go in the same sentence.
If we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's
Where?
documented in the report that you just
Where?
referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's
location.
what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says. What I just quoted.
That's a description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report.
Where's the other
That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Buchanan secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag.
This does not make sense. None of this makes sense. We're really good at reading descriptions on bags too. We've proven that. And making sure the bag description matches what's inside the bag, and we're pulling out the thing in the bag at the right time. I think we talked about that this live stream. Right? Like we're still on the same planet. We're in the exact location, general vicinity of the same planet. Is that the working theory? Thing is, I am not trying to be an asshole to Yuri Buchanan. He's just kind of forcing the fucking issue by not answering the damn question.
Describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from.
That was a lot. That was a lot of words that didn't say anything. Let's replay that full sentence. Because that didn't say shit. Oh my
If
God.
the on the description of the bag,
Hang on.
there is.
What's the further, where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses.
Okay, I'm going to look up exactly what he says. Hang on. Indicates. So I have the transcript. Here we go. Hang on. I need it so bad. Compasses. Oh my. One moment. Okay, well, let him say it and then I'll read it out loud.
Itself where those 34 Fairview Road be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from.
Okay. The report indicates and encompasses itself. Already off to a terrible start. Where those items were recovered from. That is not a sentence. Clearly the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. That part might be coherent. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the need.
It did not happen.
Yes.
It's not answering the fucking question. And now he's going to go to the judge and say, Judge, I need him to answer my questions.
Photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at evidence, John.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
What was your debate?
611.
Wait, Hank, why were you hesitating? What was your debate, though? Why were you hesitating? Why didn't you know whether you wanted to object to that? What would the objection have been? Yes, Kate, yes. Okay, Kate makes a comment. He just gives us the quote them, and they document whenever, however they want. Makes total sense, facepalm. The use of they, we, them, their, the plural singular is infuriating when you have to actually demonstrate who had what and who did what.
May I approach you?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can you publish this, Ron?
Cool. Can't wait. Let's see. Can't wait, guys. General location. Where is it?
Does
Oh,
look
this
like
is
the photograph
great.
that you just-
This is the photograph. Description of the enclosed evidence. 6 pieces of red, black, and something plastic. Location where collected. 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Massachusetts. Wow. Wow, that's really good. Is that the information? Is that the more of it? That's, oh, black and clear. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mom Babette.
reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
So descriptive.
And can, Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Yeah.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself,
That's you.
Sergeant Buchanan.
That's you.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what is that description?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
I love this. He goes, you had a lot of space. You had a lot of space to put more stuff in there. Like you could have said grass. Front grass. Front grass near flagpole. Could have written things like descriptive things, you know, to help you remember later. 3 years later, 2 years later, when you're trying to remember, well, 3 years later, when you're trying to remember exactly where you recovered it from. You know what else you do? When you try to make sure you can remember where things came from, write it down in a report. Put it in a report so you can remember where they came from. Like clients tell me a lot of things. I remember a lot of things, but I write it down so I can remember. See? And now I feel like there should be this screen that flashes that goes, the more you know. But instead, you know what? We don't have the screen that flashes that says the more you know. We just have this. Still, I feel like that was appropriate timing.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
Wait. hold on. It somehow got worse than that. It got worse than that. This is the problem when you listen to these things at 2x or 3x is you catch the gist, but sometimes you don't get the specifics. You don't get one or two specifics. Someone else has your memory. It's not even your memory. It's not your memory. You didn't write it. Was it written contemporaneously to your collection of it by somebody in proximity to you?
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was back?
Hank, you're making it worse. I'm sorry. Hank, you are making it worse. Oh, God. Please allow Jackson 5 more times to say the name Michael Proctor before he gets the question that doesn't get objected to. Why would you object to that? Why would you? Maybe the argumentative nature of did you recognize the handwriting of your subordinate, Michael Proctor. Speculation, maybe, but why would you object and let it, get said 3 more times?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor, to the bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him.
Turned it over.
No, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
them?
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So
What the fuck? What the hell? What was the royal them, the royal we? This is a fucking disaster. How does this make you look competent at all? How is Hank Brennan going to come back from this? Where is his credibility? Because correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Right. His testimony in direct was very concise. It was concise and direct. Like it was boom, 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 boom. It was this. We recovered this. We recovered this. We recovered this. I recovered this. I did this. I picked up the plastic. I did these things. By I, we mean the royal we. By the royal we mean I don't know who the fuck did or didn't. But I'm telling you, jury, trust me, bro. Don't just trust me, bro. Trust all my bro. Wow. His testimony was rough in the first trial. But I don't think it was this fucking bad. Right? I mean, this is a different level.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
out.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
it's I'm gonna say that the judge is right. Let's stop the commentary now. It's hard because he's playing a game. If you're the jury, if you're on the jury, can you honestly tell me that you don't look at this and you're saying, "Are you kidding me, sir? You absolutely know. You know. Why are you not telling me? Why are you not telling me?" This is where I say it's risky. Hank Brennan is playing a risky fucking game. Because the jury now feels like you're being deceived. You're deceiving them. All that smoke and mirrors stuff that they tried to say that the defense was doing. That's what you're doing. As a lawyer, there are certain shit sandwiches you have to eat. Like you got to eat bad facts all the time. All the damn time. And now I have gone against various lawyers throughout my career, and I have seen several practitioners, young and old, who have gone into trial with the theory of, I will never concede a point. Never concede a point. There's never a negative fact in my case. It is just a fact that has not been appropriately spun. And I don't know if it's a more recent trend or not. I feel like a long time ago, like when I first began practicing law, maybe you could get away with that, where judges would rule on technicalities, or they would say, well, technically it wasn't this. But let me tell you what I have learned in my experience. In my experience, if you play a game on that line, or in that line, right? If you say that there is no such thing as a bad fact, it's just a fact that hasn't been appropriately spun yet. All it takes is one. All it takes is me to draw the court's attention to one fact that you have spun, that you have twisted, that you have obfuscated. All it takes is me draw your attention to one of those. Draw the court's attention to one of those. You know what just happened to your entire credibility? Every ounce of credibility you had? It is gone. It is completely destroyed. You own your facts. You own the bad facts. You embrace them. You tell the jury you're not afraid of them. You attack them. Hank Brennan is trying to play it both ways. Hank Brennan tried to bring on a few of those, that text message, the chain of text messages. It was like, oh my God, this is terrible. Michael Proctor was saying these terrible things. My word, we're acknowledging the bad things that we did. This is bad. I cannot imagine if you are on that jury. First of all, if this were a bench trial, let's say a judge is up there, and if they try to pull this bullshit in front of a judge and the trooper is now testifying to something, it's like, don't piss on me and tell me it's raining. Don't do that. But if you have credibility with the jury, even if you had credibility with the jury, let's say the jury bought everything Yuri Buchanan said, hook, line, and sinker. Trusted him. Trustworthy guy. He's a trooper, had been a trooper for a long time. He's a supervisor. Sure, bad eggs under him, but I'm going to trust every word he said. You can be sitting in that jury, having trusted every single thing that Yuri Buchanan said. You cannot tell me with a straight face that you are not looking at him sideways right now and saying, sir, are you really telling me this right now? I'm not hearing you say this out. Bad facts are bad facts. You own them. Ask me how I know. Family law cases. Every divorce case, every custody case, every family dispute. There are bad facts on both damn sides. You cannot try a family law case where there is a saint on one side. They don't exist because families be families. But if you pretend to be the saint, you lose credibility. What do I know? This is atrocious. I, I can't. Like this is really bad.
I apologize. Turn the lights. Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Do I know what my paralegal's handwriting looks like? Yep. Other lawyers in my firm? Yep. I do.
You have items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name
Oh,
them.
cool. All right. There we go. We got a 25% chance. Ready?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today,
All right. So we got a 25% chance. Let's.
do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
Are we going to go through each person?
Everyone. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Kakowski?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
Do you remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
Can't remember.
That's
Can't
a
remember.
ridiculous
No,
suggestion.
it's not. Why is it ridiculous? You can't tell me 1 out
Have you
of
ever
4.
seen-
There's 1 out of 4 people. There are 1 out of 4 people that it could have been. And this would be a non-issue if it was written down.
For Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
This is so-
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you? Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just flip through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by whom?
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. You might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
See, it's stuff like this. So let me tell you that this is where I will be very critical, and I've made this observation before. Juries sit in judgment, which means they are judging the witness, they are judging you, the lawyer, they are judging the judge, they are judging the crowd, they are judging the parties, they are judging everybody. I would very much be talking to Karen Reed every fucking day about her decorum in the courtroom. I would be grilling her about that. I do not speak softly to my clients. I speak bluntly. I don't tell them what the world should be. I tell them what the world is. If there's a juror that's sitting there staring at her, I don't want that juror giving and being left with a perception that she's not a good person based on her demeanor and her actions. And I don't care if it's not fair. I don't care if it's not fair that they do that. I don't care if it's not fair. They do it. Like, it'd be great. Yeah, I did. I threatened to stab a client with a fork. If they lied on the stand, yeah. I do it all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes it's a spoon. Perception. I get you're pissed off that Yuri Buchanan is sitting up there lying through his teeth because I'm reaching. Like, you can't tell me you don't know. You said. But this is you cannot be leaving this impression with the jury. You can't do it. You have to be perfect. And it's not fair, but you have to be perfect.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that property?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
Well, you provided a document to me, so.
Correct, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that property. How do you know I labeled that property?
Well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that, did you?
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of Michael Proctor's notes, correct?
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. Can you turn to the first tab? The Runkle tab?
Some of these came off.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just interested in the Runkle tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes that appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
These highlight?
Yes.
What's the word that's handwritten in the highlight?
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
Good for you, Alan Jackson. Good for you. Here's what the discussion at sidebar is going. Mr. Jackson, how long are you going to do this? As long as it takes for him to answer my questions. That is the colloquy that's happening at sidebar right now. Mr. Jackson, this is long, this is tedious, this is dragging on, the jury's getting frustrated. Mr. Jackson, how long are you really going to make him go through? Yes, Judge, I am. And as long as he takes to answer my questions. If he stops playing this game, I'll stop doing this. It is exhausting.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And side note, if you think that Alan
In the
Jackson's
ordinary
not
course of
scoring
business,
points,
is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
oh, there he is, contemporaneous. There you go. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier.
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So it's...
The person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
Yeah. Wait, in your hypothetical, you're the one that collected it and you're the one that's filling it out, right? In that hypothetical, like, you're doing both things. Because you did it, because you remember, you went back, you put it in the bag, you just wrote it out. Because you couldn't write it out there because you had an emergency to go to. Did you have an emergency to go to that day? Was the weather that you testified to earlier as being lovely? Was it worse? Bad? You did that? That we did?
Well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person who's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there, at least for them.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along The time, the location, the date. How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece?
Now, this part of testimony I listened to 3 times because, well, I couldn't believe it. So I had to listen to it 3 times.
Piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? You know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying.
Wait, you said that. I didn't say that out loud. You said that. I'm saying you didn't follow procedure. You're the one that said, what? Wait, what?
I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Oh my
Sure.
God.
it might
Oh
be
my God.
suggesting.
Anyway, the evidence. Can I have the actual piece of evidence?
I'm sorry, which one?
The photo.
If I'm Hank Brennan right now, rather, if I'm Hank Brennan before this, I'm wanting to wring his neck. I mean, I'm looking at the size of the neck and I don't know if I can fit my hands around it, but like I would take a newspaper, roll it up, run over to him and just hit him in the head with it like several times. Just newspaper. Stop being so evasive. Answer the fucking question now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is. Alyssa, I'm inclined to agree with you because I have seen we've watched other trials where they've been able to call experts to testify to police procedures. However, I wasn't necessarily aware that the procedures were this bad, where I don't know that I need an expert. I don't need an expert to tell me that this is not proper. I don't need it. If they were closer, maybe, but this one's. Katie, your recollection is the same as mine. Trooper Buchanan did not. I actually thought in the list of characters, I thought Trooper Buchanan actually had credibility at the last trial. I don't remember him. I don't remember this. I do not remember this. This is on a different level. And I don't know if it's because he's mad about Proctor being dismissed or because he's mad that Proctor fucked this up or how. I don't understand that part. This is really, really bad. we can talk about how AJ does long crosses. I agree with you. He has done long crosses, and several of them I think have been too long. But this is a long cross that is, in my opinion, I mean,
Can we
if
move
you're,
on and
if
come
you're
back to this,
putting
Mr. Jackson?
I
points on the
think
board,
I've just
that's not the
I think
worst
I just-
comment from Bev.
gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me whether or not you recognize them.
This is a fair point. Maybe we were all looking at Proctor. That's true, Patty. Forgot about that part.
Okay. I'm going to leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned. Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
You have to.
I will have to take a
Otherwise-
look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask you, ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712, do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Is there anyone in this jury who's sat on juries before? Because if there is, Annabelle Feinstein, thank you for the chat, by the way. My friend with a master's in forensics is using this as a worst case example paper for his PhD. He's appalled on multiple levels. He screams at the screen watching. His reaction to Solo Cups was epic. I feel like I hate the Solo Cups less than I hate this. At least the Solo Cups, I'm sitting there going, okay, I can plausibly see an argument why you would need to think outside of the box and gather something because the snow was falling heavily and the circumstances were chaotic. I can excuse the Solo Cups part. What I can't excuse is stuff like this, where cases fall apart when you don't have the proper documentation. A lot of cases fall apart when you don't have the proper documentation. Oh, that's funny. It says Tulane Law School used trial 1 as a case study. Norfolk County failed. It's all dumb. This is... His facials during the cross are too much. He's a lead investigator, Frankie Sharat says. A witness for the prosecution. Are you kidding me? I'm not kidding you. I wish that I were. For those of you who have seen any other criminal trials, criminal defense, the lead investigator usually, there's such a thing as a murder book, right? Colloquialism. It's a binder that has every note from every one of the detectives, from every one of the grunt officers, from every single person that took all of the information in each single case. You know who has that book memorized? Lead investigator. Always. And what's funny is when you see cross-examination of a lead investigator, they'll have the murder book in front of them and questions will be asked and the lead investigator will say, "Can I consult my notes?" Judge says yes. And all of a sudden, there we are to the note, date, time, and circumstance of the collection of this piece of evidence. Or there's a note and a date and a time that says this was not collected. This was offered to, the county at this point in time by somebody that we had walking in the door. Even the fucking Baldwin trial. And I get the point. He's not the lead investigator, but you're sitting in his shoes. You're the stand-in. You're the person that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts has entrusted to get this thing across the line. And this is what you show up with? You can't tell me this is all for show for the jury, because there's got to be one juror sitting in that box. I'm guaranteeing there's one juror sitting in that box looking at Yuri Buchanan right now and looking at him and saying, "You can't honestly tell me that you need to look through this entire document to find this thing, right? Like, you've seen this before, haven't you? You cannot tell me that it takes you this long to get through."
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
Look at that, an answer. And he even cut off Alan Jackson to say, to give you the complete answer to your question. That was very kind of you. Very kind of you, Trooper Buchanan. Thank you for providing an answer to the question.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession?
Our?
Yes,
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the day that you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When you say turn it over, you're
Well, that's... Two things can't exist at one time. You can't say that we have them in our possession, and then you say, once I turned them over, they weren't in my possession.
talking about turning over to someone who we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance, between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering.
Brandon's faux indignation. I'm going to agree with you. The more I've watched, the more convinced I become that Brandon did almost zero witness prep. That is lawyering 101. Going on. Even with my experienced detectives, I go over each piece of evidence I will enter with them so they know what is coming and what is expected. This is horrid. You know what else I tell my witnesses? I prep them on what cross is going to feel like and what it's going to look like. And that you're going to get questions that you very, very, very much want to fight with. And I tell them not to fight. That's the purpose of my redirect. I tell them you can squeeze in a word or here if you want. But generally speaking, when a lawyer stands up there looking really confident and gives you a piece of paper and asks you a question about it, answer the fucking question. Because I can tell you that that lawyer has been in any number of courtrooms where the person sitting in the witness stand has thought themselves smarter than the lawyer, and that lawyer has walked out of there successful. Every time. Against the witness, all the time. This is and Belle Feinstein, this is a hold my beverage and watch this situation. Fair front grass near the flagpole. Oh, sorry, it's a long week. Oh, I see what you did there. That's inappropriate, but funny. I'll give you that one. Day vu. The defense trying to force the Commonwealth to call Proctor and Albert and McCabe. They're trying to make prosecution. And I don't know, we might at the conclusion of this cross, because this cross is going into Monday. I don't know. I don't. I was convinced that there's no way they're calling Proctor or anybody else. And honestly, they can't right now. Look at the setup that was just done. If they put Proctor on the stand right now, lamb out to slaughter. Here, tiny little lamb. We're going to put you in the field full of wolves. Thing is, there's wolves on both sides. So the wolves that you think are friends, they're not friends. They're wolves. The Commonwealth is absolutely trying to avoid it. I don't even think it's a rumor. It's based on how the testimony is being presented. They are trying like hell not to call Trooper Proctor.
The same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Or anybody else.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Attorney Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remained, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, foundation.
Mayor
Can't
Burke?
get that.
Yes.
Their foundation.
I'm
Alan.
sorry, Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start. As the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in
There
this
you go.
case, correct?
Foundation.
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is the standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in, but if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
So we've hit introspection, the introspection point of the conversation. Oh, we have hit the introspection. If you have a document, I will reflect on it. I will, if you have a document, I'll reflect on it. I'll take that into consideration. If you have a document, it'll make me feel a certain way. Why? You can damn well bet. Look, if I am the prosecutor in this case, and I am one, I'm running Yuri Buchanan through the fucking paces at least 3 times prior to him taking the stand. 2, if he gives me a fucking answer like that, I am grabbing a fork and stabbing him in the leg. God. Oh no. It is so horrible. Oh, I'm sorry. I needed that so badly. Just imagine a judge. Mr. Morton, I'm gonna give you my order. Thank you, Judge. I'll reflect on that. Oh yeah, it's great. Oh, that's phenomenal. Ooh.
Yes.
I want to die. That was horrible.
Take a look at that. Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
See how he puts it back on the witness stand like he doesn't want to be anywhere near the fucking piece of paper? That was great. Lauren L., I think the prosecution reading those texts before was to make the jury think that was the sole reason for the firing. Would be enough in most jobs. A distraction. It's possible. I mean, this is... God. This is so bad. People are noticing I'm eating. Yes, I'm still eating. I only ate half of my dinner. This is 50 minutes into a cross that goes 7 hours. Well, with a lunch break and various breaks here. This is a cross that just keeps on going. This gives all the good things.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
With how fast he responds. What I tell you, ready? Watch him review this document. Body language, a lot of people don't give a lot of credit to it. Let me put it this way. It doesn't tell you things for sure. There's certain hints you get. Like this one. Takes a look at the document.
Tell me if that
Reflect
refreshes
on
your
it.
recollection.
He's reflecting on the document. He's reflecting. Do I have to admit this piece of shit?
Yes,
Do
it
I-
does.
May I approach?
Yes.
Puts it and then leans away from it.
What is this document you just looked at?
I like it.
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You can't say that. You can't say that word. You can't say that out loud. You can't. You that's an objectionable response. It's impossible.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else.
It's almost a month. Almost a month later. Almost a month. What if it was a little piece of red reflector from a kid's bike who hit the curb or something? Like what? Almost a month.
Yeah, we covered it.
You indicated, I think in direct examination yesterday, that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken. Generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining.
It's really funny. That is really funny, Trooper Buchanan. That is hilarious. I am just on the floor laughing right now because you remember the actual weather on a specific day that you went and retrieved a piece of evidence, but you don't remember who the fuck you gave it to. I apologize for the aggressive tone, but it's this bullshit. And trust me, I would be just as angry if there was a fucking witness from the defense doing something like this. Oh, I remember that day. It was raining that day. Who'd you give it to on the day you can now remember it was raining?
And somewhat storming on the 4th.
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the difference.
The day I picked up the single piece with Canton PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece? Gotcha.
Sustained.
You indicated that
Yeah,
on
'cause
February
it's not
10th,
him.
when you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Let me know when you finish.
Okay.
What are they? Pictures. What do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else.
The first one's an evidence bag with
Can you
some...
tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that?
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, what's the
On
second?
the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
Okay, what's the,
There's also a date at the...
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
Second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's
Oh, this part. Actually, we need to
identified
see
by
this part.
a lab number, I believe.
Oh.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's 1 page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that's in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Okay.
Yuri's like, I wish that was vodka.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Your Honor, request to publish?
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th, so that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Wilk? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Please
Yes.
tell me
And it
this.
says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it would be page B of this. Can you first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The LIMS or the item number? The item
LIMS.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? That's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right, you can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the ruler. Jim,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the
Come on.
widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay, that's the 6 inches. Is
Guys, who do you think took a photograph of the ruler in the frame with the piece of taillight? And for what purpose do you think that photograph was taken? So now we're supposed to believe that the evidence lab, in photographing evidence with a scale in the photograph, is photographing the evidence with the scale in the photograph in a fashion that misleads and shows the actual piece of taillight as being larger than it in actuality is. A 6-inch ruler next to that piece of taillight. Like this. That big. Bright red. Bright red.
size of the dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that.
Nice,
From
geez,
top to bottom,
fingers.
6 to 7 inches.
Awesome.
Did you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Was it there, wasn't it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself-
Brennan? I didn't see.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously.
Give you here. I'll give you guys a punch. Here's a hint. It's not a small piece of tail. Ready?
And evidence 22.
Where is it? Come on, let's see it.
Publish, Your Honor.
Show the jury.
Yes, this photograph indicates 21822.
And
Several
collected by
pieces
whom?
of taillight.
Yes.
And
Talk
the-
about it.
the
How
second-
big is it?
First of all, on the bottom.
Oh my! Look at the size of that thing. That's what I'm not going to finish the sentence. There's another one. It's not small. It's not small.
The same item designator number.
Yes, 716.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And
7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please.
Sorry, get your eyes checked. 3.5, 4.
The final page, which would be sub C.
Oh
Do you see the same
my!
designator on the bottom right?
Look at that.
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
Ladies, it's a male who actually recognized what 7 to 8.5 inches. Shocker. I know. We're all surprised. We're all surprised.
Okay, we can have the lights up here, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
Taillight text.
February 10th was the last time I collected.
No.
I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
Excavated.
You
There's the
indicated
word.
that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general
my
area.
God.
I think you used the word general vicinity, right? When
Yes.
You collected your items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate
answer is
anything.
no,
We simply
right?
allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
Bro, you just used the word excavated.
When you were there on the 3rd,
Use the word
February 3rd, there
excavate.
was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
You were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th? No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow.
Item
Very
revealed.
little, right?
Those were my words. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact,
You're doing the chuckle and smirk like you have the jury's attention right now, and they actually are with you. I would be very surprised if there was a single friendly face on that jury right now. I would be quite surprised. This is, if I'm the jury right now, This is all the tea. Give me every minute of this cross-examination where you try to peg this guy down on one answer to one question. The pegging this guy down, like that sentence came too close in proximity to the prior discussions about the ruler. I apologize. We're going to move on from that.
You did not
And I
see
will pretend like it
any
didn't
of
happen.
the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
Okay, so we'll break. And then we're going to have a massive debate.
A
I have
Text messages.
2 instructions for you folks. First is consider to the not that the person who authored or sent or Brian Higgins who authored or created or transcreated at all and disfound fact provided to the Mass State Police.
Okay. Fun part about this. If you speed up Yuri Buchanan, speed him up. We're going to speed him up to 2 times. You speed him up to 2 times, he sounds like Peter Griffin. Not lying. I'm telling the truth. So, 2 times.
Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right. With that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that. Oh, he's got it.
Let me tell you, let's do a road so far. How did we get here? Why were there so many breaks? There were so many breaks because this is not, technically speaking, the proper witness to introduce these text messages. He wasn't part of the communication. They are hearsay. They are hearsay within hearsay. There's various rules as to why these text messages should not come in. However, they're not coming in for the truth of what is stated. Namely, communications back and forth like, oh, you're so bad. Coming in to prove that, like, oh my gosh, Brian Higgins is laughing, ha ha. They're coming in for a different purpose. Namely, they're coming in to give the jury an understanding of what Trooper Buchanan's understanding was in determining why he would not investigate one person or the other. Like, so they're coming in for Buchanan's frame of mind, from his frame of mind. And he's asked to characterize these text messages as possibly being flirtatious in nature. Are they flirtatious? Are they coy? Are they back and forth? And he just refuses to acknowledge that these text messages are the most cringe text message communications that exist. And I thank God that I am not in the dating world right now. Because if this was what you had to put up with, if this is the level of communication that exists in the dating world right now, I am sorry for everyone who is out there trying to find a significant other in this environment. So, Trooper Buchanan at 2 times speed, playing the roles of Karen Reed and Brian Higgins.
Oh, you know what, Chrissy? I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Buchanan, do you have a document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text that it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Cameron Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? The picture of Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Cameron Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
Every time?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Cameron Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page.
Sorry, I missed
I will
you.
repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Cameron Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Haha. Followed by same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. The Melissa and Lito show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. No way, with an emoji, person holding an X.
Side note, I appreciate that he actually delineates the ha ha, not ha ha, ha ha. Because that is how it's written. Ha ha.
I'm quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? DC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during.
All right.
You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested.
I love that Trooper Buchanan. It's like, don't read any inflection. He starts off really well of not reading with any inflection whatsoever. It's like ha ha. And then towards the end, he's like, what? I didn't think that about. He's like now getting into it. Now we're in drama school. This is horrible. Oh.
Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh, leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this.
All right. We can stop there. Because I'm going to repeat. I thank God that I am not in the dating world. It's a whole lot of words that don't communicate shit. And they both do it. It's horrible. Text messages come in, they get read one after another in succession. Just when you think that we're going to get to the end of the day and it's just it. Yeah, Greg, this right here. Trooper Buchanan. Fuck, I should have just agreed the texts were flirty. Probably. I mean, I don't know that he gets them in. He doesn't get to do that long dragging Buchanan through reading every one of those communications unless he actually fights it. So fighting it hurts him. But I will say that listening to those at 2 times speed, a lot more entertaining than it was trying to listen at 1 time speed the first go round. Ha ha. Oh no, it wasn't spelled out uppercase T. You're T for trouble. You are capital T trouble. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just. Oh. Terrible.
I
Horrible.
Don't know if their accounts are synced at this point. I don't know if he's seen them. I don't know.
He's not, his phone, you know what his phone number is. You guys got his phone, right?
We do have his device, yes.
Do you have any evidence that his account was somehow, I don't even know if that means synced with what Karen Reed's account?
Not from his device, no, but he could have seen the text messages.
Okay, so there's no evidence that he was synced. His account was synced with anything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There's no evidence-
You were facing the other way. I didn't hear.
There's no evidence that his account was synced with anything.
Not his device that we have, no.
And you don't have, as you sit here, you don't have any evidence whatsoever that he saw any of these text messages, correct?
We don't have that, but I do not know.
Okay, so as you sit here, my question is very simple. Do you have evidence, affirmative evidence, that John O'Keefe ever saw these text messages?
I do not have evidence that he saw them,
Okay.
no.
So would you agree that the text messages show a romantic interest, for whatever motivation, a romantic interest from Brian Higgins toward Ms. Reed?
You have to ask that differently.
In your
He
mind,
could have gotten away. Yeah, he's got
As
to
you read
focus
the
on
text
his
messages,
impression.
did you determine in your head that there was a romantic interest by Brian Higgins toward Karen Reed?
In my mind, I saw the text messages for what they were, initiated
Please tell me what they were, because I don't know that any of us can see what they were.
by Karen Reed and began a text message conversation with Brian Higgins.
And Brian Higgins was responsive to those text messages, correct?
They did communicate back and forth.
He was responsive to the overtures that Ms. Reed made toward him, correct?
Overtures?
Suggestions. Let's get together for a drink, come over to my house, I'll come over to your house, things of that nature. Those were
If you can't pick up that those texts are flirty, I don't know that you're capable of procreating. I mean, how are you supposed to know if you are, like, if there's someone romantically interested in you? Do you just do the caveman thing and club them over the head and then just bring them back to the cave? Like, is that, you're telling me you don't know that that's flirting? You must have been a real blast. Awesome wingman. I mean, sure. Cool.
back and forth between the two, correct?
Yes, they were back and forth. Yes.
And did you determine that there was an interest by Brian Higgins in Karen Reed?
I read that he repeatedly asked her what's her plan, what's her goal, what's her interest, what's her intent.
Did that show you an interest on his part, in her?
How about the line where he calls her hot too? Can we just say that? Like, can we stipulate that calling someone else hot is expressing an interest in them? I believe that fact could be stipulated. If I call someone hot, it is me expressing interest in that person. It is very different than me saying, "You look nice today," or "That's a lovely dress." Like, you can see the difference between the two, right? Like, we were on the same page.
I think at one point he said he was confused, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, or what's the term he used? He was unsure what she wanted.
He called her hot.
He did, yes.
He called her witty.
Right from the rip, yes.
He said he wanted to spend time with her.
Spend time, yes, yeah.
He was interested in
I
going
should
over to
stay.
her house.
Yes,
There's a kiss.
Her possibly coming over to his house.
yes.
He told her that he thought she was hot, his words, from the jump, correct?
From the jump, yep.
How did you interpret that?
Oh God, I love when lawyers use like colloquialism in court and like with their proper speak. From the jump, how would you interpret that? Nothing more awkward. This face is an accurate representation of what it's like to hear a lawyer say from the jump, in a courtroom. That's an accurate representation. Like, you just said that word. You said that phrase with the proper emphasis, proper syllable.
From the jump, I would interpret it as right from the beginning, maybe the first time they saw each other, laid eyes on each other. I mean,
As a matter of fact, he basically said that, didn't he, in the text message? From the first time I saw you, I thought you were hot.
yes.
He constantly was using phrases, to use your words, phrases interested in knowing how she felt about him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. To ask
You
it
can't
differently, Mr.
characterize it.
Did you interpret
There you go.
any of his text
Now you got
messages
it.
as Brian Higgins being interested in knowing how she felt, what she was thinking about him?
Objection.
Ask it again.
I don't.
All right, let's go to the end because we get to the end. The waterfall. The waterfall is the most boring part, not the most important.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have
Oh, wait.
proof of it. So please make sure that
This one. We're gonna finish with this. Hit most of it. I gotta get caught up on the chats and get out of
A
here.
call that was made by Brian Higgins at 1:35 a.m. while
call.
at Canton Police Department.
The 1:30 a.m. call that didn't happen or didn't exist or did exist that we found on the video that was not acknowledged.
I am not aware of that, no.
So you did nothing in terms of investigating any phone call that Brian Higgins did or didn't make while at Canton PD on the night or the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022.
We never sought to get Brian Higgins' phone. He was not looked at as a individual that we would need to get his
But why?
information for any reason at that point.
Even after you received and read all of those text messages between him and Karen Reed.
Correct.
And even after you became aware of the timeline that we just walked through, starting on January 23rd, going all the way into January 28th and into January 29th. You did nothing to investigate that.
We had the information that we had. We did not need to get his phone.
And the information that you had came from Brian Higgins himself, not from a forensic extraction, correct?
The extraction of Brian Higgins.
This is when he tried to play this up when he first went through the messages, tried to convey them or relay them as extractions. Is he very much wants to tie some forensic value to the text messages. We can see it. And I'll give you a tip. Forensic extractions of phones don't look like that. Those are screenshots. That's what that is. They don't have the timestamp. They don't have the number to, number from. They're just screenshots. Now we use them sometimes when that's all we have. There's no forensic value to that. And trying to convey that it's an extraction, like it has some forensic quality that demonstrates it hasn't been altered, deleted, manipulated, is laughable.
Provided was a forensics extraction of his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Karen Reed. We had Mr. O'Keefe's phone and we had Karen Reed's phone, so we can verify and confirm that those text message communications were accurate, unredacted, not deleted, and were true representation of what their communications consisted of.
And that was a representation made by whom?
The totality of it.
That was a representation made by whom? A person made that representation to you that it was fair and accurate. Who made that representation?
It wasn't a person, it was the extractions between the three devices.
Well, an extraction that you were handed on a device by someone, correct?
No, I said that we had all three devices, and as I told Mr. Higgins in our interview together, I said, Brian, we have those two devices.
Meaning
If
John's
you,
and Karen's.
correct.
Okay.
If there's anything deleted or altered in any way, we will have proof of it. So please make sure that you understand the magnitude of this situation. We're investigating a homicide. It needs to be accurate, and it was.
And you trusted that coming from Brian Higgins rather than simply getting an extraction from his phone? Correct? Yes.
I trusted him, yes, because we trust and verify. And after verifying, the extractions were correct.
And following that verification of the text messages, did that raise any?
You know how stupid that logic is. Give me your phone, like take your screenshots and give me the phone, and I'm going to verify it. But in the time it takes me to verify it, now don't you go deleting anything. You just behave. I'm going to go and cross-reference this one text message chain against this other one that I have. But don't you dare. Don't do anything after I go walk out of this room. You behave.
Suspicion in your mind about any possible motives Brian Higgins may have relative to John O'Keefe?
Suspicions of motives? Is that your question?
Correct.
No, the evidence spoke for itself. The honesty, cooperation of all the witnesses and corroborating, supporting facts spoke for themselves. So I was not suspicious of his motives. The conversation was documented over text message. Spoke for itself.
Supporting documentation, including a text message, the text message at 2:20 a.m., just minutes before John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview from Brian Higgins, right? 12:20 a.m. That's one of the factors, correct?
That's one of the factors that is part of the entire investigation, yes.
One of the other factors is that John O'Keefe's body was found in the lawn at 34 Fairview, just feet.
Where
just
Brian
feet.
Higgins
From the
was.
front door, side door, and the garage door. Right.
Yeah. Right?
That is when Mr. O'Keefe was found on the left side of the lawn, yes.
And one of the factors was you originally said that it appeared that it may be an incident involving a cocktail glass to the face. Initially, please.
Based on verbal reports,
So, based on that verbal report, where the fuck was your investigation of anyone else who would have had a cocktail glass or threw a cocktail glass or was in proximity to a cocktail glass of the person you thought got hit by a cocktail glass?
initially, that
Where was
was a
any of that?
possibility. Again, it was before we spoke to
I realize before a lot of other things happened, but initially, that's what I'm asking about.
yes, initially, it was a possibility.
And when you saw John O'Keefe at the hospital, he had a big contusion above his right eye, correct?
That is not correct.
He had a big egg just above his right eye.
That is not correct.
You did not see that?
His eyelids were swollen, not above his eye. And there wasn't a contusion.
Two different paramedics said that they saw what they described as an egg above his right eye.
Wait. Trooper Buchanan, you earlier in this cross-examination tried to tell me you didn't know what the fucking word theory was. Theory. You tried to say that you didn't know what theory was. Now you're saying you don't know what contusion is? All right. So I have to unfortunately end it here because it is. I know the waterfall video goes back and it depicts the back and forth. And
Brian
yada.
Higgins.
To the right from my perspective?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Stop.
Did you see Brian Higgins just do something? Stop. Did you see Brian Higgins just do something?
I was not paying attention to his gesture. We have to replay that, please.
Does it appear he's looking a particular direction?
He is looking in a particular direction based on that frame, yes.
Is that toward the bar area?
Okay.
It's in that direction.
And John O'Keefe,
If you scroll to push the screen to the right, I can tell you where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yes.
Oh, look.
do you see?
I cannot make him out. Could you?
Let's go back to.
That's a bit different.
You pause it. Could you see what was happening with Brian Higgins?
He was gesturing to someone.
you know-
I was trying to see Mr. O'Keefe. We were talking about Mr. O'Keefe, so
Understood.
I apologize.
The bar?
Okay.
Sure. To where he is for the jurors, please, on both televisions.
Mr. O'Keefe is right there wearing the sweatshirt.
Okay. I have to end it. I'm personally fading. I get the waterfall video. It's not the most significant for me. Again, this case is never the question for me when it comes to Yuri Buchanan and these questions that are going on is you can't tell me there wasn't enough information for you to look at somebody else for some other purpose. You can't tell me that. So it's that part that makes me kind of furious of the gaslighting and not just admitting that fact. Like we zeroed in on one person, on one theory. Yeah, we trusted them. We were wrong or blah, blah, blah. I mean, we'll see. But cross-examination is going to continue on Monday. And I can tell you, it ain't going to be short. There's going to be 7 more hours. Because with a witness like this, if you're scoring points every minute and a half, that was one of the longest crosses I've ever seen where it was consistently scoring points. And I've called out Alan Jackson when he hasn't. So let me get caught up and get the rest of these super chats read, and then we'll get out of here for the evening. 5 hours and 3 minutes streaming. It's 2:14 a.m. my time, so we got to get moving. Maybe get needs the dictionary and stuff. Why? Who would be worse with monotone, Yuri or Ben Stein? Yuri Buchanan. Sensationally social with Beth. Vote for Kurt. Let's have a lot to read the texts. She would be. For the kids, thank you. Snoop Dogg, he read funny kid book. Go the fuck to sleep. Yes, I remember reading that. It is funny. Pam Bystrack, Christopher Walken needs to read them. Ha, ha. You are so hot. Oh, God, that would take forever. Lindsay, we could get Rottenborn to read the text. Did I read that correctly? Mr. Buchanan, Trooper Buchanan. Laura Christine, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Very kind of you. Yellow Pill NP. This is the location for when they pull up the pants in the first video, or in the first trial. First trial, day 20, hour 4 minutes 7, 49 seconds on Court TV stream is Trooper Buchanan holding up the same pants with that giant rip in the back, not visible. It is absolutely different than what it is in this trial. And I'm not really a fan of the fact that it is perceived differently. Ashley Lauren, trial channel episode 51.1, direct 37, 24 minutes, pants 1.0. Yep, I pulled that up. Well, not pulled that up, but we talked about that earlier. DSN, thank you for getting a membership. Crazy Cat Queen, go get Sparkle Farts to squeeze through the anger, Rob. Lady Drake, speaking of the bed breaking video 3 years ago tonight. Oddly enough, it's about this time. 216 local. That's strange. Yeah. About this time 3 years ago, I guess, was my very first video. Fun memory. Thank you, late Drake. Giselle Duke, thank you for the super sticker. Jack Campbell, Rock Auto sells white taillight bulbs for the 2018 Lexus LX 570. I don't know what people are smoking. I need to see a whole lot more information about the Lexus. But that's what I said. Next week, I think we're getting experts. I want the experts. Bring me the experts. Morgan, I hate when the inanimate objects start speaking, especially when they argue. Even worse, when they outwit me. You mean the evidence revealing itself? It does that. Ms. Shorty, thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. Baby Gator needs a dictionary. It's almost like Yuri Buchanan is speaking in pirouettes. I mean, circles. I see what you did there. Trooper Paul. Jim P. thought I heard Hank didn't want to call medical examiner since did not call death homicide. He doesn't because her testimony was also flip-flopped. I mean, she was inconclusive. Like even in cross, she did not stand up very much and say, yeah, I can't say it was a vehicle. She was favorable for the defense. Light Queen, thank you, sir. I don't think you should use that word anymore. I don't think it means what you think it means. Dictionary, talk about throwing the book at somebody. Yeah. Let's see, do I have that? Press the button. Oh no, different computer. I don't have it saved on this one. I had the Montoya line. Knight, thank you. Theory and whatever he said equals pledge and donate. Yeah, kind of. Jan Helmick Sackett. AJ has to explain X coordinates. Bev denied the expert. He did. He got it. I don't think that. I think denying the expert is a problem. I don't think in this case it's the be all end all because of how bad the investigation is. If you can't see the investigation as being completely fucked up, we might need to have a different discussion. Fiona W., thank you for gifting memberships. Very kind of you. Henhouse Bath Company, thank you for adding me to the mod squad. Happy to have you. The trip is for the hubby's 50th birthday. I'll be on replay crew for the next 3 weeks. 3 weeks of replay crew. We'll be glad to have you here. Michelle, Proctor's supervisor was Yuri Buchanan. The truth would get Yuri fired. The government can provide immunity to witnesses. Can defendants negotiate immunity from civil cases to witnesses? I mean, you can negotiate immunity. You can get immunity deals as a civilian, as a witness. A lot of times. Can defendants negotiate immunity? No. Oh, for adverse parties or for other witnesses? Can a defendant offer a witness, say, hey, if you testify in my favor, I will give you immunity? No. Again, this is why I tend to lean generally more pro-defense. Book Dragon KSC, my son knows the ketchup is in the general vicinity of the fridge. He doesn't know that the exact location is the third shelf left-hand side. I'm sure he doesn't know the exact location when it's time to put it back. That's the appropriate answer. Carol with a C and an E. This witness treats the jury like they're a bunch of common people who have no education. That is insulting to the jury. This witness is a disgrace to law enforcement. I am inclined to agree. If this is the person who is investigating the death of a loved one of my loved ones, I would be beyond furious. If I loved somebody who passed away under circumstances that required an investigation, and ultimately at the trial for the person accused of committing that heinous act, I saw that this was the work product that was put in by the individuals tasked with solving these crimes, I would be beyond furious. And I think the entire kind of Kent is. I agree. Yellow Pill. He speaks like someone who's dumb but trying really hard to sound smart. And when it's juxtaposed with Jackson, it sounds terrible. Just use words that you know and say things. It's also, he doesn't want to answer a question. So rather than use simple words, he just puts a bunch of words together and gives that in a non-response. Morgan, I'd love AJ just for not misusing who and whom. That's correct. Phoenix Paw, joining at 7 a.m. in Sweden, catching up on 1.5 speed. Have a wonderful time doing so. Greg, the judge even gave Brennan the defense's impeachment evidence, and Cross is still consistently this much of a bloodbath. And it's going to keep going. It's going to keep going. And you know what? Buchanan could have saved himself a lot of trouble by not fighting the damn questions. Tay Marius, please explain how KR's tapped Johnny Keefe's SUV breaks taillight. Arca builds a cannon, hurls a glass at the mock taillights, does not break. Reasonable science. I don't know. Confused by a lot of things in this case. I often am. Brennan's foe and indignation. Where is the evidence log? How do you prove chain of custody, for fuck's sake? If the defense didn't need this to come in to show how crap the investigation was, they'd have a basis to keep it all out. They try to keep it out. I mean, they tried. This is insanely horrible. I don't think I have ever seen. There might be some pieces of evidence here and there that are troubling in multiple cases, but never is it consistently this bad with every piece of evidence. Doesn't matter if it's a video that goes missing or a taillight piece that shows up or anything else. Kate may be, I think he's about avoiding saying Brian Albert's name because as a homeowner and a cop, it's all that taillight was there. Why would he call him if he was legit? Let me reread this again. My brain is moving slower than usual. Reread this again. I think he's about avoiding saying Brian Albert's name because as a homeowner and a cop, all that taillight was there. Why wouldn't he call them if he was legit? Oh. Meaning, why wouldn't Brian Albert call him if the taillight was there? I don't know. Why did the phone call come from the chief of police? Why did all of the things happen the way they did? Greg, Rob, are you the jury? They were reportedly laughing at him within 30 minutes of starting this morning. Jury observations are interesting, and they rely a lot on the trust of the person you have that's observing the jury. I would want to see for myself because you can perceive things as being laughter. I don't know. I cannot fathom the jury watching that debacle and going home this evening. And that's the thing. That's the way the week ended. The week ended with a bloodbath, a full day of bloodbath. This is the point where we're supposed to start feeling pretty good about the Commonwealth's case. But again, I think Hank's got experts coming up next week, so maybe the experts will right the ship. I'll tell you what, that Toyota data could mean a lot of difference. Last time the extraction of that data was shit. But Hank has demonstrated that he is getting better experts or experts that appear to be more competent or at least present more competently to the jury. So maybe the experts are better. We'll see. Ms. Shorty agreed. Rob, watch on 2x speed and it's mesmerizingly entertaining. The text message on 2x, I will recommend people go back and watch it. It is funny. It is funny. Tech Admiral call. People saying he wasn't prepared as a witness. I think he was. I think his prep started and ended at don't talk about Proctor. We don't talk about this. We don't talk about Bruno. This is, and by doing that, he appeared evasive as hell. And like a complete lying snake. Creek, thank you for gifting memberships. Greg, don't skip over the new waterfall evidence. Angry Higgins was not presented to the jury last year. Try to catch a little bit of that. Honestly, it's 5 hours in, and my brain can only hold up so much. Like I said, I've been in court every day this week except today. So my brain is already on the brink, and I've got to be back in the office tomorrow to get things unpacked. I am tired. I am exhausted. Lauren L., anyone else catch him testify that they had already spoken to the driver when justifying interviewing Rick Dentano over a year later? Ricky was the driver. He also testified early on that testimony offered by Dentano was different than what he had in his notes. His recollection was already proven to be wrong. The question is, how much of this did the jury remember? And I think the point is, you want the jury to remember you want the jury to remember a few specific things and then a general vibe. Few specific things. Michael Proctor did everything. General vibe. Yuri Buchanan can't answer a straight question to save his life. Somehow, all these pieces of evidence showed up. We don't know how. There's a magical fairy that is in the Canton DA's office that goes and fills out evidence bags. And then that magical fairy or garden gnome comes and moves the bags that just before they're being called and opened on the stand by the witness. Replaces it with a different bag. Gosh darn kids, they gave me the wrong bag. What a disaster. Potentially criminal. Hey, Sean. Good to see you, buddy. Yuri's redirect will be Brennan supporting perjury. I don't know how you do the redirect. Not on half of this shit. But then who else do you call as a witness? Who do you call? And you've got Buchanan. You've already had Garino testify. His role was rather limited. It's like the best of the bad options that are available. There ain't a good one. You got the trooper who's been fired for misconduct. You got the trooper who doesn't know what the word theory means, at least when the defense asks it. They can use all the big words when the prosecution's asking questions. There was not a good way of getting through this. Again, why is this case broad? We are 3 weeks into the prosecution's case. And I am left with the impression the only thing that has been proven is reasonable doubt. Do you have a doubt about any aspect of this? Is that doubt reasonable? Huh? I don't need to know anything else. I don't need anything proven to me. Oh, and Greg, you can't not redirect. Do you just not redirect and go down with the ship? No, you can't. You have to try and clean some of this shit up. Go back to his role as a supervisor and how he has knowledge of everything and try to tell the jury they didn't hear what they just heard. All the we's and the us and the no, I don't know where the evidence was, but it was definitely in my possession. But it wasn't in my possession, it was in our possession. Well, I don't know who our was. There was one of 4 people who could have had it, and I can't remember which one of those 4 people, but I can remember the day I picked it up because it was raining when it happened. Come on. Tammy Lynn, sometimes I wish I could go into watching these trials not knowing anything as the jury does. It gives you a look into their eyes only. I've done that with several trials. The thing is, you end up learning through the course of the trial, even by sitting and watching motions after the fact or hearing argument before the jury comes in, you end up learning information that you wouldn't have had if you were the jury. The jury has a very, very, very small window to the total facts of the case, which gives you a very weird feeling, right? When you're watching a trial that's a jury trial and you recognize that the jury is, you recognize the jury is seeing a snapshot of this. And not just that, but a snapshot that's being presented in the light that is either most favorable to the prosecution or most favorable to the defense. Makes you feel a little uncomfortable, right? Now, with the arguments being offered by the parties on both sides beforehand and in motions, you get to see kind of how parties are presenting information to the jury and how the information being presented might be misleading. Let me give you an example. So Trooper Buchanan was testifying all day about all the evidence collected. Hypothetically speaking, what if it transpired exactly how Trooper Buchanan is saying that? What if it was the broken taillight and the taillight pieces are there and it was Karen's car that hit him? And all of these things that were being thrown up by the defense are smoke and mirrors. I'm not saying that's what that case is, but there's a world where that can happen. Hey, bud.
I'm
catching me 5 hours and 20 minutes in.
I had a friend's birthday to go to, and
Oh, good.
felt that would be a dick move to not go. Chat. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so.
Oh my.
Rob, have you seen this?
Oh, you have you got the statue.
I got the most entertaining content creator statue.
Came in the mail.
I also have to share. So on my stream, I noted that I had apparently been ripped off for a silver coin. Because there's this whole note that says, "Hey, we sent you a silver coin."
Yeah.
So I sent them an email going, "Hey, what the hell?" It was polite. It was like, "Hey, I think I may have lost this." They said, "Hey, you have to open this via the secret method."
How the fuck are you supposed to know that?
I don't know. I don't know. But it has a whole silver coin hidden in the base of this thing. And I'm like, that is super cool. Thank you guys. But how was I supposed to know to open up the secret passage?
I mean, next time, vague instruction would be helpful. Like, it doesn't have to be a perfect instruction. It can be a vague instruction.
But yeah, secret passage in the thing.
Yeah, that's
and I'm like, what led them to put a secret passage in this? Are they thinking that gun influencers are going to use this to hide their weed, or what the hell?
I don't know. I wouldn't offer that suggestion.
Did you go over the Karen Reed Buchanan cross-examination
at length? And the
okay,
cross-examination, it was a thing. I've never seen a cross that long that scored that many points.
I mean, it was a whole day cross. It was not the first cross-examination. Like, because they had a day of, or like a half day of cross yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like killing this guy on stream for the entire day.
Yeah. It was. I gave the example of saying, I was asking people earlier, like, for those of you who absolutely believe that Karen Reed is the one that struck John O'Keefe, right? If you are 100% in favor, and I understand there's people out there that like that, right? For those of you who are in that camp, even you can't look at me in the eye and say that you like what you're seeing from Buchanan. Like, there's no way you can look at me with a straight face and say Yuri Buchanan is a credible witness.
And this is the point I've made on Twitter before, is like, if you think Karen Reed is super guilty, that she is the worst villain of all time, you should be super pissed at the Commonwealth. And, well, not necessarily the Commonwealth as a whole, but you should be pissed at the police for fucking up their investigation. Like, if you think she's the worst person ever, you should be like, y'all should have done some police investigation, because that's what we do here at the police. And
I mean, he had take the shoe evidence bag off the table, because that alone was enough, where it was the wrong shoe.
I mean, that you can explain away. He made a little oops.
Talk about bad timing, though. Take that one out of it. Then get me to the evidence bag that is not written in his handwriting. It was instead written by Michael Proctor, but says that he was the one that collected the evidence. In what vicinity? Oh, at the general address of 34.
Yep. I mean, they tried to write Michael Proctor out of this. They can't write him out of it.
No. And this is, I was telling the chat that Michael Proctor, when he gets called, because he is being called, there's no way the defense isn't called.
The defense has to call him. The defense puts so much on Michael Proctor in their opening statement that they can't just be like, they're not going to call him.
And let me tell you that I actually, a part of me feels sorry for the day that Michael Proctor has to take the stand, because he is walking into a bloodbath from both directions. He's going to get annihilated by the defense, annihilated by the prosecution, annihilated by everybody.
I hope Proctor, whoops, I'm clicking the wrong button as I'm trying to get to, I hope Proctor flips. I don't think it's going to happen, but I hope Proctor flips. And I mean, he's got nothing else to go on, right? He's got no reason not to. Proctor could absolutely come in and be like, yep, this investigation was some dog shit and I fucked it up.
Well, you talk about, here's the thing. People were asking a question of, where was it? Someone said, can he plead the fifth?
I don't think he can, because he already waived that by testifying at a previous trial.
He did testify at the previous trial. However, I'm wondering if, could you make the argument that the falsifying the evidence, that the new discovery of that might allow him to invoke the fifth? No, because he testified about the investigation. He already testified. But he testified in a manner where he would have qualified me. I don't think he can plead the fifth.
I don't think he can, because he pled, or he testified earlier.
Can't plead. But I can imagine you're going to get a whole lot of I do not recall. Like a whole lot of I do not recall.
Oh, I mean, it's the Canton brainworms, right? The instant they're on cross, suddenly the worms have eaten their brain and they can't recall a thing.
Yeah, no,
they don't know what's going on. They don't know whether they're coming or going.
Yuri Buchanan, who did you hand the evidence to? I don't remember. Well, it's one of 4 people. Do you remember? Who'd you hand it to? I don't remember. 5 minutes later, did you pick up this piece of evidence? Yes, I did. It was on February 4th, and I remember that because it was raining that day. Are you fucking kidding me?
I mean, the selectivity of their memory. Jen McCabe, perfect recall, right? Random details on direct. On cross, suddenly she's like, I don't know shit. Buchanan on cross. I don't even know English. Like, I can't answer your question because that's a question that would require me to understand English.
I did say, I did tell the chat that if I was Alan Jackson, man, I was almost dying laughing when I was saying it. I'm going to Barnes and Nobles this weekend, and I am buying a Merriam-Webster's dictionary, the biggest one I can find. And then when I come in on Monday to continue my cross-examination, I'm not pulling it out, but I'm leaving it right there on the desk in plain eyesight.
Fuck that. I'm coming in with a full-on Ukrainian interpreter.
just to have them, like, oh,
I would want, like, I mean, the thing is I think they've got a budget. I'm bringing in a full-on fucking Ukrainian interpreter. And it's just like, I don't understand this word. It's like, okay, that's great. We've got an interpreter. Would you rather hear the word in Ukrainian?
And that's the thing is he is the one that's opening this door. He is opening the door to all of this. If he had just answered the question, like, yes, This was a theory that we developed. Wow. That would have bypassed 25 minutes of one of the most brutal pieces of cross-examination I've ever seen.
This is the thing about Weasley witnesses, is they assume that defense lawyers have never ever encountered
A Weasley witness.
And it's like, no, we've done that before. And like, sorry.
Man, I had a trial this week.
What do you find a Ukrainian interpreter certified for court in 3 days?
Easy.
Easy peasy.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a problem.
I can probably show up to court without one in hand, and then they would announce over the loudspeaker there'd probably be one in court in Fairfax and within an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty common. No, but I was telling the chat earlier that I had a trial this week, and the opposing party was one of the most Weasley witnesses, where I had to walk through bank statements and identify every transaction and just force feed it to them, just train them over and over again. And I was complaining. I was not complaining. Like, we kind of love that a little bit. You don't really like it. It becomes annoying and tedious at times. But if you make me do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to walk you through that one step at a fucking time.
Oh, I mean, sometimes dragging a witness through their transcripts is basically like putting them on their face and then dragging them through like an off-leash dog park. It's like, yep, there's going to be a whole lot of shit in here, and yep, you're going to end up eating a whole bunch of it, but that's the price of the walk you've decided to have.
Yeah, the question is, like I was telling the chat earlier too, well, finishing the story on the first story, what I went through, the difficulty I went through over the course of an hour and a half of cross-examination, that was hour and a half across over 30 minutes of direct. And I was like, yeah, that's about right. Hour and a half across. It was just brutal. And it was nothing compared to how evasive Yuri Buchanan was. Nothing. It didn't hold a candle to how evasive that was.
I mean, he was unwilling to answer some of the simplest questions. Was Brian Higgins trying to flirt? And I mean, to be fair, Brian Higgins attempting to flirt is one of the saddest things I've ever seen.
I read those messages, seeing those come in again. I was going, thank God I'm not in the dating world, because if this is what you have to put up with.
He is the sex equivalent of an incontinent puppy with cancer.
It's one of those things. Karen Reed is playing mind games with him that entire time too. It's like, wow, this is horrible. What are you doing?
I mean, it's clear what she's basically going, hey, I have a vagina I'm not using right now. Would you like to borrow it for the next 20 minutes?
I don't think she's
doing that. He's
I think she wants attention. She just wants the attention.
But he's like, what do you mean? And she's like, I am going to do the airplane landing signals. And he's like, could you explain? And I'm going, my dude, you can either say I want to bang or I don't want to bang, but pick a lane. Because instead he's like, what I really want is for you to be tired of asking to bang me. I really, really want this to be an arduous experience for you that you regret ever having been interested in me. And it's like, oh God.
I mean, Yuri Buchanan, I did tell the chat, I said the only thing that I think was really honest was he's the first male that's ever testified accurately to what 7 to 8 inches looks like. when the piece of taillight was up there, and he's like, how big is that taillight? He goes, about 7 to 8 inches. And I was like, holy shit, he's right. The thing's right there. You can see it. He's correct. It was an honest answer. My God. Oh God.
And I mean,
how does Hank Brennan come back from this? I don't know that he can. Those experts better be really experty.
those experts better be literally fucking Jesus of Nazareth, and their first act on testimony had better be walking across a pond. Like, I'm just.
I mean, imagine the reconstructionist. If you pull out the reconstructionist, and the reconstructionist is there, and you're like, would it change your theory of the vehicle strike if you learned that a piece of taillight was found on the opposite side of the house, but still at the address, but on the opposite side of the house? Just, I don't know. And I still think we have about 2.5 to 3 hours across. I think we have about 3 more hours across.
They're gonna take the cross up until lunch. They're gonna cross him up until lunch break, and they're gonna be like, "He's done. Jury, go for lunch."
And then Brennan's gonna take his lunch in the bathroom crying.
And then after lunch, after the, if I'm the defense, I'm taking the cross-examination right up until the lunch break. I'm waiting until I see Judge Cannoni like starting to be like, I got a shit, and because, and then I'm like, and 2 more questions, 1 more question, done. And then the jurors go for lunch.
Yep.
And then Brennan comes back and is like, isn't it the case that you didn't lie about some of the things you testified to? And he's like, I was truthful about not understanding what colloquialism means.
Brennan comes back. This is Brennan's redirect. This is Brennan's redirect. Ready? Trooper Buchanan, you would consider yourself a truthful person, right? And you would say that this investigation was handled with honor and integrity, wouldn't you? And it's shameful to have that honor and integrity questioned, right? You remember how to write your name, don't you? Sometimes you don't feel like writing your name. Isn't that true? So you give your name to somebody else to write down. There's nothing nefarious about that.
Isn't it true you're just a fuck up and not actually evil? And he's like, because that's really where the redirect is going to have to land, right?
Someone sent this to me on Twitter and I can't unsee it. Share this.
I got the same text or the same.
Tell me you can't unsee that.
I mean, the thing is you can, because the guy on the left has a nose and also like a defined chin that is separate from just his jawline.
It was something.
I mean, Buchanan is basically a potato with opinions.
Sorry,
and they're not good opinions. They're just opinions.
Just opinions. Got a lot. Okay, buddy. I'm going to wrap up with these last super chats and then get out of here because I've been going on for 5 hours and 38 minutes.
Oh, I know. I was sending your mods like stall him, stall him.
I know.
I was at a birthday party. I apologize. I am mildly to severely intoxicated, so
you're fine.
You're
the chat did ask for this.
Runkle.
The chat did ask for this, and it was a photo taken earlier of a little pupper. I checked in on him on the nanny cam. Mischief's gone, and he was just hanging out there watching his TV. He was. Now he's probably asleep. Little handsome fella.
I got a Furbo on the chat's request. I have to figure out how to log into that on my computer because I can log into it on my phone. Now the funny thing is that initially when I got this started, Zora was afraid of the Furbo.
Mm-hmm.
When there's a button that you hit and it's like tosses out treats, but it makes a noise before it tosses out the treats.
Mm.
And Zora's reaction to the noise was to run from downstairs to upstairs. And I'm like, but the treats are happening downstairs. Like you've got to get in on that. So I'm
Getting
just
away from
like,
treats.
I very much want to, to be able to share that, but I'm working on teaching Zora, like when you hear the noise, that means treats will be in the treat spot, and you should go get them. So yeah, yeah.
So are you streaming on Monday?
I expect to be streaming on Monday, and I also need to figure out how to get the Furbo stream onto my computer so that I can share, like, here is Zora eating a treat.
Yeah, you need to figure that out. That's going to be a priority. I'm just going to tell you that. The chat's going to want that very much so.
Because, yeah, what is it? She's super cute, but and the other thing is that Potter figured out very quickly that the noise meant treats, but he didn't figure out that the noise meant treats out of the Furbo. He figured out that the noise meant treats from Runkle, because I was trying to give them treats when the noise was being made. So he was like, when I hear the noise, I need to go to Runkle to get a treat. So I pressed the button, and he jumped up into the bed where I was, and he pawed my face. As a 120-pound dog, he's just like on my face, and I'm like,
yeah,
freaking dog, eat the treats. Like,
Leo gets me.
treats.
Leo gets me like that every now and then, and it is not a pleasant feeling or experience. Here, Yvette, you asked for it. I had shown it briefly, and I'll do it again. I had to enhance the the photo a little bit so you can see it, but that's from the Nest Cam. Currently that's his mouth around his blanket, leaning against the side of the couch, watching television. There is your Leo proof of life. Earlier in the day, early in the evening, probably about 2 hours ago.
I'm just like, dog, I'm trying to give you treats. Don't punch me in the face.
Don't do that. Nice. Yeah. All right, let me get through these real quick. Tech Admiral Call, Drunkle of the Bailey. He is here. Nay, Rob, any chance you could have your closed captioning on during the live so the people with low hearing can keep up? During live streaming, there's a delay in closed captioning. So the algorithm ends up running it on the video, but only after the video posts. I don't think it catches up to live. So that's the one downfall with live streaming. I don't think it doesn't keep up that fast. I wish I could. Tammy Lynn, Uncle Runkle, I love that you still have Rob's tie on your doorknob since JD's trial.
It's a whole thing, and every time the tie is not on the doorknob, the chat is like, where the hell is it? But the thing is whenever the tie is not on the doorknob, what that means is that I took it off to wear it to a court appearance. And I've actually had some pretty good results wearing the tie. So, I mean, it's done. It's a good luck tie.
It's a good tie. I told you. I like that. It's a good tie. It's got a good win record.
Yep.
Shay B. Hey, Ian. It says hi.
Hey.
That Shay B gifting memberships in response. Thank you, Shay B. That's very good. Megan Sue 819. Would you, as an attorney that valued the vows you took as a lawyer, take this case to court or just say no? Let me tell you this. If I was being asked as a prosecutor to prosecute this case, I would have a pretty significant problem with that.
I can tell you exactly what I'd do as a prosecutor on this case.
Find somebody else?
No, because I think that if they ditched it, they'd just find somebody who's willing to do it.
You'd tank it?
I'd walk up and I'd be like, so, Your Honor, the jury is impaneled.
Dismiss?
Jeopardy has attached.
Dismiss it?
The Commonwealth closed its case.
Yeah. Present no evidence?
We have no evidence to call. The Commonwealth closes its case. Defense, do you want to call any evidence? Or do you have an application? And the defense would be like, we apply to, have this struck on a motion to dismiss. And be like, I agree. The defense has a solid motion to dismiss in this case. And they'd be like, okay, so motion to dismiss is granted. And I'd be like, okay, looks like the defense is won. And looks like that because jeopardy attached, there is no ability to bring this case again.
Yeah.
Case is over. And I'm fired from the prosecution. Oh, that's sad. That is so sad.
You probably put your license at risk a little bit.
I don't think I'd put my license at issue because ultimately there is no. I don't think there's an ethical obligation to prosecute a case fully.
Actually,
so
but pulling that type of, I think you could decline to prosecute. But I think if you took on the prosecution.
So this is an interesting question. We don't have to choose between a motion to strike and presenting a defense. In Canada, prosecution closes its case. I can, but I'm not obligated to, bring a directed verdict application. Now, in Canada, we rarely do. In the U.S., they always do. Like in the U.S., they always ask to. But in Canada, we rarely bring a motion to dismiss on the basis of a directed verdict. It is considered a bit of a dick move because you're basically saying the prosecutor's fucked up. That said, if you think you have it, you do it every time, right? And I had a case, the judge, after the close of the Crown's case, the close of the prosecution's case, they said, Mr. Runkle, do you have an application to make? And when the judge says that, the answer is yes, right? Because that's like hint fucking hint.
Yep.
And I'm like, Your Honor, motion for directed verdict, Crown has not proven its case. And the judge denied it. After hinting that I should make it. And he said, I am going to deny your motion for a directed verdict because there is some evidence on which a jury could convict, notwithstanding the fact that the complainant's evidence was badly shaken on cross-examination and contradicted by several other pieces of evidence.
Oh, so hint,
it
prosecutor.
Is theoretically possible that a court could accept the complainant's evidence, notwithstanding the contradictions and the very difficult situations on cross-examination. And so, Mr. Runkle, I must deny your request for a directed verdict. Do you want to call any evidence, Mr. Runkle? And I'm like, fuck no.
No, not going
like
to.
When the judge,
I'd like to just go to closing arguments, please.
When the judge is going, the prosecution's evidence is dog shit, but not enough to meet the standard for a dismissal. Do you want to call any evidence? The answer is God's no. And then the prosecution, to their lack of credit, argued extensively on their close that the judge should convict. And my argument was basically, Judge, you already know the issues. Yeah, I won that one. I had some subtle clues that I was going to win it before that happened. So
I can imagine, sir. All right, two more. Gotta get out of here. Greg, like Higgins could last 20 minutes, Runkle. Oh.
20 minutes includes the time to eat the pizza.
Text about it. Glam Sue's one of the experts was Trooper Paul's supervisor and training officer. Oh, that's going to be fun. Sandy gifting memberships.
Somebody trained Trooper Paul?
It was the 9-hour class he took, remember?
I thought Trooper Paul just like dropped out of a chute.
No, he listened to the evidence. He listened to the scene. The scene spoke to him. It was the scene. He learned how the scene translates. He translates scenes.
And then he like testifies as to like the pirouettes.
He does that. All right, buddy. I'm gonna wrap. So let's wave to everybody. Good night, all. Going for almost 6 hours after a full week, full day, full everything. Ian will be streaming on Monday, so catch the recap with him. Recaps are great. Please do so. Please like and subscribe. Do all the YouTube things. Everyone in the U.S., remember, it is Mother's Day on Sunday. Call your mom. Text your mom. Send her flowers. If you haven't sent a card, call her and apologize for not sending a card. Just tell you love her and all of those things. So thank you guys. Have a good weekend.
You've only got so many Mother's Days, so
make
count. Sure you tick each box.
Yep, absolutely do that. All right, guys. Go make something. You'll feel better. Until next time, have a wonderful weekend and